Hey guys, how are you all doing? How are you all doing? Hope you can hear me all right. Oops, sorry. Just checking the audio. Hope you can hear me all right. Oops, sorry. Just checking the audio. Okay, I can lower it just a bit, just a tidbit. Audio. Can lower it just a bit, just a tidbit. Audio. There we go. Sorry. Yeah. So we're gonna have our first Jewish solidarity panel that I've been working on for a while, keeping it kind of under wraps because I was afraid that it's not going to happen for some reason, one reason or another or other. So I was just kind of announcing it, now, which is fine. It's fine. It's the first time I do anything like it, so like, not gonna be too hard on myself. Um, so yeah, it's gonna be like less than an hour if everyone get here on time, and yeah, we're just gonna be chilling, talking about October 7th. Oh god. I mean, for the most part, it's gonna be like, um, it's not gonna be like a debate panel or anything. We're just a bunch of Jewish guys who've been, obviously been affected by this whole October 7th Gaza war situation. So I don't know. I felt like I can't be the only one who's like feeling isolated and overwhelmed by the hate around the world, and also like feeling, I don't know, kind of useless. So for myself, and I guess for other people, if they wanna, if they, I don't know, if they say they feel it helps them, I feel like that's why I did, that's why I came up with the idea of the panel. It's nothing insane, nothing like, groundbreaking, but like, I think it's a good idea. I think it was a good idea, and we got to the point where it happens, where it's happening. So I'm very happy about it. Very happy about it. And I'm happy that some people actually obliged to come, and we will have some topics of discussion that we kind of prepared in advance. More like the guys I invited, they prepared stuff from in advance, because the whole point of this is that we talk about the things that are kind of, in Hebrew you say dvarim שיושבים לך על הלב, things that are kind of weighing heavy on us these days, and they suggested some stuff. I told them that we're gonna let this be a free flowing, or they can bring subjects or whatever, and they came up with quite a bunch of subjects. So I'm kind of just like, I mean, I'm gonna join in obviously as much as I can, but to be honest with you, I think these guys probably know, like, are more intellectual than me, which is not like a high bar. I'm not a very intellectual person, but they're gonna, I don't know, the way I see it, they're probably gonna lead the charge with each of their topics. I'm gonna do my best, I'll look things up there during the conversation, and I'll give my 2 cents or on whatever I can. But don't look for any like sharp commentary from me, I guess, because this is not what it's about. This is not what this is about. What else? Yeah, I don't know. We'll just. I can't even tell you how long it's gonna be. I have no idea. It's gonna be free form. I have time. For me, it's like 7 p.m. It's gonna be 7 p.m. when we start. I'm here anyway. So like, we'll do whatever. If people actually watch and have questions, we'll maybe do some Q&A or whatever, or just answer questions like randomly throughout the conversation. And yeah, that's it. I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited. So right now we're just gonna chill, I need to chill before starting this because to be honest, I'm kind of nervous. I don't usually do this kind of thing. I'm not like really. I don't know. I don't do this kind of thing, you know. But this is the thing, like the entire situation with October 7th and the Gaza war brought all of us Israeli people, Jewish people, to a point where we do things we thought we won't do. Some of us more than others. Some of us, more like casual stuff, like me doing this thing on Discord, this conversation. But I don't know. I think like this matters. I think it matters. Maybe I'm like a bit. I don't know. What? How would you call it? Like over analyzing, over expecting stuff. Maybe overestimating how important that is. But to me, I feel this feels important to me. So like, I'm gonna give it like I'm gonna respect the gravity of what I feel it. I'm gonna respect the gravity that I feel this has, because it has importance for me. So it's and if it has importance for the participants, then that's a huge bonus. But I know what I think, so it's just trying to validate the shit that I do for myself. Just trying to validate myself. I shouldn't, but but I do. Some of us, some of us are still practicing self validation. It doesn't come naturally. What else, guys? I don't know. I'm still coughing. God damn it! A lot of my friends got COVID lately, so that's nice. Always nice. I still didn't test for COVID. I might have it. I don't think though. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking through Twitter. Maybe I'll play something real quick. Maybe we'll play some Pokemon or whatever until till the panel starts. Like, what do we want to play? Let's try. Maybe play this. Maybe we'll play this. Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll play some Pokemon. Pokemon and chill. Pokemon, chill, and my audio interface freaking out. Yeah, by the way, this is not gonna be actually Pokemon, this is gonna be a Digimon ROM hack. I don't even remember this one. I have like a bunch of ROM hacks. Just gonna speedrun it. Well, not actually speedrun, but we're gonna speed through it. Okay, we have Agumon, we have Vemon, we have I forgot what this guy is called. Gilmon, I think. Gilmon, yeah. Gilmon, yeah. Oh wait, this is not the. It's not the game I wanted. Give me a second. Pricing. We have. I think this is the one. Right. Overread. Oh. Yeah, this is the one with the good sprites. We have Tanemon, Koromon, and we have this guy, Bukamon. I really like Gomamon, but like I don't really like its evolutions. But maybe actually I don't remember like this ROM hack has like diverging evolution lines, so it's not just gonna evolve by level. So we might be able to get like cool evolutions. Because I remember Ikakumon is pretty cool, but after that, like I don't really. It's nostalgic, but I don't really like it. The evolutions. Bubble Blow, which is somehow it's physical for some reason, even though it's bubble. Oh man, my flatmate I think is making food. It smells really good. Bombmon. You self-destructed, but it didn't do shit. We're gonna do like maybe, yeah, let's do a Nuzlocke. Like see how far we get with a Nuzlocke in this game. We don't have much time either way, so like. Okay, let's take the map. By the way, if you guys have any idea how streamers like get music for their streams, because I just use like I'm just using like a YouTube video that's like what's it called, like so-called royalty free. It might not actually be, hopefully it is. And Hopefully I won't get muted or anything. Alright, this is gonna be our first catch. First catchy. Digiball. Definitely not a Pokeball. Oh shit. No, this is apparently harder than I thought it will be. Okay, what? What? Okay, fuck it, I'm not like... There's no reason for me to restart the game. This is so stupid. Okay, that's... be a secret, that's... Okay. Can I not buy a Pokeball, really? Wait, did I use a cheat? Nope, okay, this is just how the game is. Shiny Digiegg, okay. Can I like immediately evolve my guy? Nope. So I have one Digiball. One Digiball, one Digiball. Catching all the boys and girls. I don't know if you remember this song. Some people, the boys and girls, hey Digimon, hey Digimon. Okay, I don't know what it was with that one Digimon. It was kind of fucked. But this one actually worked. This is the like I remember this one from the movie. It's like a virus Digimon. Okay, so we'll train a bit. This thing, I don't know what's wrong with it. Just didn't want to catch. Wait, I learned Bubble, so I'm a special attacker, actually. That's good. I think like the baby Digimon evolved like really early. Maybe level 10 or something. If I remember correctly. I don't think they evolved like in like according to the Pokemon starter levels. I think they have their own. I might be wrong, but I think. Let's see, maybe this guy. No, none of them. Neither one of them evolves with a shiny egg. So we'll do like level 10, and fuck, we can't catch anything in the forest unless we get like there's one Pokeball there that we can get, but only if we don't encounter anything beforehand. Fucking sucks. Should have gotten the clue that this Digimon was bugged and you can't catch it. Or whatever. That red one. Right, you have poison gas. Oh, so you can't actually attack normally. Punimon. You are indeed puny. Poison gas for all the boys and girls. Bow in front of my poison gas monster. Okay, we're gonna level you up just to level 7 because I don't feel I don't have the patience for this. I just don't. Alright, one more fight. One more battle. Learn Screech. Out of everything you could have learned, you learn Screech. Oh, it's Goemon. Okay, nice. It's my evolved form. So yeah, I can't get anything here. I think there should be. Okay, I thought this is gonna be a Pokeball. Ah, fuck. Maybe here. There should be a Pokeball. Nope. Okay, we can't use it. Oh, I can't escape. That's great. That's my favorite kind of battle, where I can't escape and I can't do anything. Oh, that's great. Bro, what the fuck? Can I can't switch. I can't switch and I can't do anything unless like... Oh, this is the nicest thing early game. Well, it's gonna be a battle of attrition. Oh boy, that's 40 of this, 40 of Screech, and then... Oh, God. I have to use all of my attacks until my guy can struggle, and then he can inflict some damage. It's fucking great. At least we'll like one hit KO it. The one shot it. And its defense is so freaking low. Let's lower its accuracy. Wait, why does poison work so good against me? That's weird. Okay. Oh, it doesn't. I don't know what. He did something. I think he used like a bug attack. I just didn't notice. Leech Life. Probably used Leech Life. Oh, now he struggles. Oh boy, he's struggling. And he don't miss. I can't really do anything. Oh god. Wait. Oh. Oh, that's nice. That's freaking nice. You can't miss. And I can switch. And life is great. I'm gonna fucking kill you. It's not gonna be... Not even a Pokeball. It's not even a... Oh, God. I think I randomized this. There's no way this is how it's supposed to be. Well, tough luck. We're gonna play it anyway. No, Digimon Nova Red. Hard version. So I'm gonna need to train more. Oh, what are you, little guy? You're doing damage. And you give no XP. Okay, let's buy some more. So oh, I can't use revival because it's a Nuzlocke, so... Well, maybe we'll train here some more. Safer here. Water sport. Doesn't help me. Okay, so let's see what there is to see. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. As no one knows I'm faking. I wish I could show you the toll it's taking. Sometimes I live as if there's no tomorrow. So far, so good. I feel a little bit left of center. Every time I see a lost cause coming, it's not I had a digiball. I had a digiball. I didn't use it. Welp. Tough luck. Yeah, I have a full heal. Just want to be done with this. This forest. I want to be done with this. Maybe evolve. That would be nice. Just don't paralyze me. Cool. Miracle Seed. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're down here. And we have another catch here. Hopefully now I can actually buy Pokeballs. That would be nice. Digiballs, I mean. Cool. Give me something catchable, please. Okay, sure. Chibomon. I'll take it. I'll take a Chibomon. Oh, I can actually see how to evolve my guys. Okay. Tanemon. This guy, just level up. Okay. This guy, just level up. Okay, time to train. Bubble Blow. You're probably grass. Pure grass type. Let's see what else we could have caught. Like this guy. Marching fish. I think this guy's gonna evolve. 22 attacks with army of fish. I'm gonna bring an army of fish. As an MVP. Be right back. Alright. There we go. So we have a Gomamon. Level 15 for some reason. No, let's see what this guy is. I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna check it online. Wanna get the surprise. Also, it's kind of a bummer this is a physical attack. Yeah, sure, will do. We'll make do. Why did I use this? Why am I stupid? Why am I like this? Bubble blow. Bubble 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 blow. Bubble blow. Bubble 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 blow. Oh boy, this is tedious. This is so tedious. Stop growling, please. Thank you. Do not growl. Do not growl. Do not growl. What type are you even? No. Actually, this guy might evolve into one of my favorite Digimon. I might be wrong, but might also be right. We'll see in a few levels, I guess. I think I can train here now. Yep. Can't escape, that's always good. Ooh. Oh, no, actually no, but Demi Veman is cool. Level up only. Okay, but I also want to evolve you again, so Demi Veman. Why am I calling you Veman? Vemon. Demi Vemon. I want to evolve you another. I want to evolve you again, Vemon. Vemon, 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 Vemon. Vemon. Demi Vemon, la la la, da 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 da. Yeah. I was about to start singing in Hebrew. Demi Vemon, oh, it's all katan chamod. Gnocchimon. T-Bone. Come on, evolve a second time, please. Evolve again. Evolve into actual Vmon. Payday? You're not a Meowth. Okay, actually, that's good. That's good. You know what? Earn some shekels. Oh, brother. Right. Oh, we're gonna try and take on the first gym. Let's see what he does. So no rock Pokemon, Digimon. Okay. Might as well get some money. Okay. I'm actually scared. Like, I don't know. This guy needs to be evolved. I feel like, I don't know. I don't feel like this thing can handle a gym. I feel like I need to have my Vmon and my Gomamon, and then I'll be set. Oh shit, sorry. Had to check something real quick. Okay, I think we can get a Vmon. V-Man. Freaking V-Man. V-Man. Savior of the universe. Alright, let's go. Double team, sure. Oh, okay, you don't evolve now. Well, I think we're gonna go for it. Let's go for it. You actually have a freaking rock type. That's cool. Kudamon. This is not a rock type. What is this? This is like a what? What? Nothing works against you. What? Okay. No Vmon for us. What am I supposed to do against you? I can't hit you with a water attack? Is that the thing? And I can't hit you with my other attack? So like... Well, what am I supposed to do? Die. I'm supposed to die. Great. Pretty sure I have another Digimon game. I feel like playing a Digimon ROM hack, but like, this ain't it. Maybe this one? Yeah, if I got to this. No, but it doesn't have the sprites. Doesn't have the right sprites. Maybe Digimon New World, I'm not sure what this is even. I'm not sure I even played it, actually. Okay. This might be new for me. Oh, I must find the Digimon house. This is the Digimon house. I don't remember this game, actually. Oh, Pewitmon is my... okay. I guess... Sure. I don't think I could choose any other one. Pewitmon. Oh, the sprite isn't the best. A bubble... It's normal fire. It's interesting. It's interesting looking. Give me meat. Oh, it's like a survival thing. Oh, it's one of those ROM hacks. Do I even... Stores, whatever. There's a bunch of Digimon around. Oh, actually, I needed to train immediately. I can't do this. Do I have a save? No. Okay. What? Just want to say. I just wanted to see if I have a save. If I ever played it. Actually, I think I just saved like and erased whatever I had. Dude, I can't even train. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? I can't even train. Guess I need to rest. Buy more meat. Sure. Digistock. I don't know what to do. This is not good. Can't enter into Kunamon's bed. Let's see if there's anything I can train against. Yeah, okay. So I can train, that's good. Oh, this guy again. Already evolving? Jesus, oh, what the fuck are you? Crackmon. Definitely look like some sort of crack. Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm super effective against the guy I saw earlier. But I'm not sure I wanna check this theory. The fuck is this? What are those Digimon that I don't know? Never saw these. Saw this one, I mean. Yeah, level 7 for something I'm super effective against. I think I can take it. With all of my potions and shit. Or my meat. I have meat. Okay, now I can take you. A good one. Oh, 2 levels, that's nice. Jesus Christ. Ceratomon. Learned how. I'm not sure Ceratomon is even a Digimon. That looks weird. What's this? Digistop. These are all healing items, right? Like, yeah. MP disc. PP, so that's like ether. Oh! This is our territory, you can be here. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to fight you. I don't want to fight you. You're level 10. I'm gonna help. Wait, shit, no. Meat. Shit, why do I always... Okay, never mind, I won. I was like, why am I always doing this? We can pay you for... I'll be your faithful partner. I don't want you to be my partner, though. I want to catch my own partners. Like Otamon. Tamamon. Tamamon evolves into Sidromon, one of my favorites. Why can't I have this guy? Tamamon R. Tamamon R. It's pirate Tamamon. Well, let's train our new guy, I guess. We're forced to use it. Level 3. Jesus. Very, very weak. Zurumon. It's a Zurumon. Oh, I forgot we're not doing like an actual Nuzlocke with this one because I've never played this. But I'll like only catch the first Digimon I meet in any route. So it's gonna be like half Nuzlocke, you know. Not really. But let's see what your stats are. Level 3. Sure, you have one more point in special attack. Bubble is shit. Bubble is a shit attack. Alright, level 4, evolve into Tanamon. Ugh. Don't like Tanamon. It's not Nuzlocke, so I can just like let her die. But so can I go into the Kunamon's nest now? Kunamon's bed, I guess. Nope, okay. Just keep going down. Wait, you're supposed to be a water type, no? Okay, Tentomon, bug type. You probably fighting or dark type. You ice. Oh, you're not an ice type? That's weird. But Gabumon's supposed to be an ice type. Interesting. Okay. Regen disc. What the fuck is this? Restoring HP, but held by half the maximum amount. Oh, what now? Oh, gosh darn it. Wait, what? Can't use it. Oh, oh, that's not good at all. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna win this. Oh! Oh god, this game. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. You know what, let's give it another try. We have like a few minutes, so like it doesn't even matter. Nah, you know what, fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this, my dudes. Fuck this. Oh, that's nice. Quibbles, Quibbles showed interest for my panel. That's nice. Yeah, so I'm just gonna chill because we have like a few minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go over my my doc. Made a doc for all the shit we're gonna talk about. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. No, I even wrote like who came up with each subject. But I'm gonna do a thing where I cycle through them, like, so it won't have like 2 points by the same person in a row. Don't actually have that many. Hey Astro, we're actually just going to start our Jewish Solidarity stream in a few minutes. I just came early to chill for about an hour before, so just to like how do you say, like, cool off because I'm kind of nervous. But yeah, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. We have some good people, some Jewish people to talk about whatever we want. Nothing too like strict or anything. I don't think they're streamers, but like there are people who were on panels before, and like this is my first panel, but like they were. There's one guy I know was on a panel with me before. That's how I know him, and a few other guys that showed interest in coming. You know, I kind of recruited people on Twitter for this panel. So that's the thing. Yeah, I don't know. I need time to cool off. I'm like an anxious person, so I need like to come early just so I can sit and like and breathe. You know, it's like a thing I do, even if it's like an hour early. Because logically, you don't need like an hour to just sit and breathe. But yeah, I hate to be like that sometimes. Yeah, we have like 2 minutes, so if people join, I'll do it. Like I set up like a waiting room thingy. So when the first guys will come, I'll start letting them in. First person class every time. Man, I don't remember if I was like that. I guess like in school, I was like just a depressed kid with no friends and nothing to do. I guess a lot of the time, so like I just like sat in class. So I was in class first. School wasn't for me. Whatever. I hope your studies are going well in uni. Bro, I should have watched way more anime than I did. If I was, and that's so stupid because I knew so many people who watched anime, but like, and I also watched anime, but like I wasn't that into it. Like I watched some some anime, not like, but I didn't know most of it, and I didn't know like how to talk about it. I don't know. Maybe it was more of me not knowing how to talk with people. Whatever. Might have been this. So stupid. But yeah, if I watched more anime, I'd have more stuff to talk about with some people, and we probably would have become friends. That's so stupid. But now I have friends to talk about anime now. I'm catching up on so many animes these days. I just finished Welcome to the NHK, which was an anime that I wanted to watch, but always like I put it off for different reasons. Like every time I watched it, I always put it off because it's like a difficult anime to watch for me. It's like a really like a dark comedy slash seinen slash drama. The only novel I read is that it's oh my god, you know NHK. Interesting. So I've never read the novel. Is it good? Did you watch the anime? That's such a coincidence, dude. Yeah, no, the hikikomori stuff. It's definitely I can relate. Sadly, I have like the Western version of that. I mean, the characters in this anime and novel, I guess, are way worse than most normal people. Like I don't know, like I can relate to Sato, but like, um, I was never that, like that enable of self reflection like he is. I guess like they wanted to like take it to the extreme. I mean, I'm good company. I'm good company. Yeah, we're gonna start in a few. Only a demon with who is white and black. I'm sorry, that's kind of funny, dude. Makes me laugh. No, you should always like. I'm fine with staying. You should always like strive for making like one step forward at a time in every like at every given moment. It's okay like be accepting the fact that you're like a loner or whatever, but like but yeah. So I'm gonna start. I'm gonna bring my first guy. Okay, how do I? Shit. Who move to? Okay, I just moved them to the panel. All right, I'm gonna start, guys. Are you ready to rumble? Okay, that's one. That's two. That's three. Four, and here we are. Oh, wait. No, Silvern just. Okay, well, here we are. Why can't I hear you?
Oh.
Give me a second. Hello, hello. Wait, how do I do this? I think this should work. Give me a second. Fuck, I should have. I was supposed to. I was supposed to take care of this shit earlier, but never mind. I'm just gonna put like. Okay. Hey guys.
Hello.
How are you all
Hello.
doing?
Hello.
I'm good, but Silver Underhead.
There
Yeah.
it is. Yeah. Wait, I need to do this. Hey, Silver. So yeah. How are you all doing, guys? Man, I'm nervous. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Gonna set up the Discord for stream. Like this? Nope. Oop, there we go. Should be good. Yeah, so here we are. Like,
Yeah.
how are you guys doing right now? How's it going for you?
Well, actually, quite good.
Really?
Yeah, I can't complain too much.
Yeah. Anything special? Anything especially good?
Well, apparently, well, I'm gonna let other. I don't know if you want to have introductions or.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I'm so sorry.
Let's Yeah, we
take,
all nervous here.
let's take turns.
Speak for yourself.
Let's take turns. All right. Who want to go first?
You want to just go clockwise here?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, I'm Silver in Hand. I like to. I'm a dad and a husband, so those are like my two most important things. Other than that, I love to pick up and push heavy metal objects. I love heavy metal music and horror movies and Warhammer.
Based. Except for Warhammer. I never
Nice.
got into Warhammer.
Read a book.
Read a book, yeah. I just like recently started to watch like lore videos about it, but like I still don't know anything.
I envy you. You're like just getting into it. I've been in it for like 15 years.
Yeah. I like the freaking what's it called? Like the Lovecraftian elements of it. I'm gonna blur shit. You know what? No, I'm gonna keep it. Yeah. Next one, GRM. You wanna go next?
Hello, I am. I'm GRM. I'm from Spain. I'm a bit shy. I'm sorry.
good.
I live in Spain right now, and I am. I don't know. I guess I'm here because I was invited by certain evil people to talk about conflicts and other things. So I'm actually quite happy to be here. I'm not a dad. I'm not a husband yet, I guess. But I do have a cat, so I guess there's that.
Okay, you're
I also love. Yeah, I also love. I love stuff like anime and other geeky things. So I guess I'm.
So you're
Usually.
appreciative of my background, I guess.
Yeah, actually, I am.
That's good. It's good. At least I guess it has some purpose.
Yeah, and I also love video games, but I love to discuss a lot of politics, and I shitpost a lot on Twitter, too much for my own health. But luckily, unlike most people who obsess about politics on Twitter, I actually have a job, so there's that.
Oh, that will help.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? I'm so happy that there are fellow nerds here. That's good. That's good. But like, yeah, I know. I guess like everyone is a bit nervous, but like it's gonna be like chill and free flowing, so don't feel like I don't know. It seems like we have stuff in common, so we can talk about whatever, even whatever. Yeah, and we'll have our subject. So no worries, everything is good. We're all awkward, at least so far. So yeah. Jake, what's up?
Nothing. Nothing much going on where I am. As for me, my name is Jacob. I live in South Carolina in the United States, and I like to write. I like to watch movies and stuff like that. And I'm also quite nerdy. I quite like video games and stuff like that. And also, I like to write a lot. I like to write stuff, and also I'm quite a big history person. That's kind of the main reason why I wanted to do this, is because unlike so many other people who chat absolute nonsense about stuff and all of a sudden become experts in their fields, I've not to sound too pretentious. I'm not saying we're have a degree in history or anything, but I put a lot of emphasis on actually reading stuff and actually trying to make sure stuff is right before I, formulate an opinion on something.
Bro, when it comes to like I don't know, all of the more intellectual stuff and stuff that requires like history knowledge and all that, like I'm gonna be probably the least knowledgeable here. I'm gonna pull a lot of shit out of my ass probably. I'm gonna try though. But I have a feeling I'm gonna learn a bunch of shit in this.
Just don't be a concluder.
Don't be a what? Concluder. Concluder. Okay, yeah, that's a. I think I know what you mean. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. So sorry, I was doing some. Like, why can't I see the names? That's so weird. Seagold.
What up? Yeah, shalom. My name is Siege Lad, actually.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
These names kinda
people
just, like,
make
shortened and I
mistakes.
can't see, but I remembered Seek something.
Yeah. I live in Israel, just like you. Yeah. The two Israels here, I think.
As we say here, Ach Yakal.
Yeah. And I'm into playing guitar and playing drums. Also video games, like especially RTS. And and also in history. Like I'm into history. Like
That's good. We need history buffs in this conversation.
Yeah.
That's good.
yeah, and I got into a bit more history, like the conflict, like current conflict, like the Israeli, the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that the thing that I was like, I don't know, that was more like, I guess pertinent is like is the word. Like the first thing I checked because of the whole discussion about Zionism is like, I apparently didn't know what Zionism is, which is weird, but like, just like because I was on a Wik panel, right? About I don't remember whether there were two, I think, but one of them, like, he asked whether we identify as Zionists, and I was like, nope, because I felt like being a Zionist means like expansionism and all that shit, and that like changed very quick once I opened the Wikipedia page, because apparently I learned that there are so many forms of Zionism and stuff. Like you actually need to read just a bit about it. So yeah, and things changed. Everyone's basically most Israelis or even Jewish people are Zionists these days, because otherwise you'd be like you're at the risk of saying like I don't support Israel existing, and a lot of them do. But like yeah, it's fucked up. It's a fucked up world.
Well, we just discovered, according to certain journalists, that apparently the entire planet is committing genocide at this point.
Apparently, yeah, the terms like genocide being changed, like this is stuff like that. Just like,
Doesn't it feel like just all these words are starting to lose their sting in meaning? Like for any Semite, like it doesn't mean anything anymore. Nazi obviously doesn't mean anything anymore.
Well, I actually read an article in Haaretz, the really extremely right-wing Israeli paper who loves Zionism too much. They actually wrote about how I think the title, it was in Hebrew. I think the title was something like, it's not that academia, basically that academia is critical theory and like deconstructionism basically led them to hate human values themselves. Basically, there's basically, I would summarize that they're mostly cynical, to the point that you can get the freaking heads of the main university, the most elite universities of the United States, and they will still tell you, well, it depends on the context. It goes into all this administrative HR jargon, which is insane. It's actually something like I never expected like things to reach this level, to be honest.
Yeah, we all loved it's context dependent shit.
It's so cringe because I know everything in the United States right now is like subsumed by like the culture war politics crap, but it's like, and I hate to say this, but I mean, like, and everyone else said it, but I'll say it again. It's like, if she had asked, like, is it okay for someone in the university to call for the genocide of gay people or black people or Mexican people or Latinos, it's like, of course they would obviously say no. Obviously they would be like, oh, it depends on the context. Blah, 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 blah. It's
Well,
like,
just
obviously they would have said no instantly.
just to make sure
Well,
that
the thing
everyone
is, like,
see,
I
did
think
everyone
that
see
the problem.
did everyone
Yeah,
see the
sorry.
freaking Erznet thing with the Hogwarts?
Oh yeah, that thing.
Love it. Oh my god, Silverin, you have to watch it.
No,
It's-
say it again. I missed it. What is it?
There's a show in Israel called Eretz Nehederet, like wonderful country, and it's like a late night show.
Yeah, it's
SNL. It's not
SNL,
SNL,
yeah.
like, yeah.
Oh wait, was this the one where like they were the college kids and they had like wigs on and they were like doing like a mock protest or whatever?
No,
Yeah.
it was, maybe I don't know. Like, but they did like this thing where they were like in Hogwarts and like they
Oh, okay. I heard of this. I did not see it yet because the other one that I just mentioned, which I don't know if anyone else saw, I'm like that was kind of cringe.
yeah
Oh,
they're
Yeah, well,
boomers
they
sometimes,
have the
because-
typical SNL like cringe factor, to be
Yeah.
honest. Like SNL is quite a cringe itself, but then like they do some jokes here and there that are actually quite good.
Yeah, but because the whole situation with the Gaza war and the October 7th is already so cringe, so like their usual cringe is kind of like it's balancing off it, I guess. It's balancing.
Yeah,
The cringe factor is balancing.
but yeah, I mean, the article is called what is it? Hold on, I found it. It's called "In Academia, They Don't Hate Jews; They Hate Human Beings," and it's by hold on, Amit Varshitsky. So if anyone wants to read it, it's from the 27th of January. Well, no, sorry, it's from the 24th of January 2024.
Chuck it in the chat and I'll check that out.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, at the risk of being a boomer, like, how do I even read Haaretz articles? They immediately, like, they block it and you have to pay.
I actually have access to it. But yeah, I basically pay. One of my people I know pay. So
I see.
yeah,
One of your people.
I think
yeah. My
my
by the
insiders.
way, it's a bit of a background because I think I didn't say that in my introduction. I am of Israeli origin, and therefore I can actually read Hebrew. And
So
yeah,
you said you live in Spain right now?
yeah,
How is it in Spain these days?
bad.
Bad. Oh.
I mean, it's usually bad, but the thing about, but because of other aspects, because it's Spain. But I mean, it's a beautiful country, to be honest. The other day, I went to a beautiful city, which I'm not gonna say right now, but it's just like it's a beautiful country with really, really nice people, and it's a really peaceful country too. I mean, there is not much problems, but then you go to like the more politically active people.
Oh
And-
yeah, that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah, and it's horrible. You have like a woman called Ione Belarra, who is the head of the Podemos party. Just to be clear, Podemos was like a big, a massive party actually that had an option to even take over the government through elections, right? And they squandered it all in like dogmatic, tanky shit. And now
Oh,
they're
yeah.
like, yeah, and now they are like basically a kind of breakaway from another leftist party, which isn't much better, by the way. But that, like the other leftist party is dominated by the communists, who are more responsible, I would say. But still, it's cringe. So she has become like the superstar of the Arab world because she is calling Israel genocidal every like 2 days, and it's a bit cringe beyond belief.
Honestly, I cut my Twitter usage by like a lot. I remember every day being on there for at least probably like a cumulative like 2 hours. And now I've stopped for like the last like 2 weeks and it feels really good. I think I'm missing stuff, but at the same time I'm like, I feel just better.
Yeah, if you can get over the FOMO, then you're good. I guess maybe for me it's a bit harder because like I am a quote unquote content creator, so like it's really hard when you actually have to go on every at least every once in a while to like plug yourself somewhere. But like, yeah, I haven't been able to properly, disengage from all of the shit steering that's
Well,
happening.
it's just because like when I was searching, when like feeding the algorithm, it's just like, all right, how like this shake, this Dawa guy, and then it'd be like this crazy tanky, and then like a bunch of like wild shit, and then like something kind of nice, like a puppy or something, and I'm like, I can't take it.
Yeah, it's hard. It's like, man, I see so much.
I mean,
so much
yeah, I've discovered the world of OSINT, which is kind of like mostly, and like my problem is like I'm just feeding the algorithm, and I'm really skeptical about everyone because I can't really trust anyone. But then, like you notice that the news and the journalists, especially here where I live, are terrible. So like they just the other day there was this journalist type account that said Netanyahu, the president of Israel, and like, oh my god, no,
President.
please, no.
Whoops.
Don't elevate him.
That's the worst thing. Like, what next thing is gonna declare him the king of Israel? Like, fuck.
I mean, Israel.
I mean, they'd say worse, dude. They'd say like Führer. They would say way worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Trump, how we call it, Trump syndrome. Netanyahu, like the way they see him.
Yeah.
The strong man, the guy.
Strong.
Like the cult of personality, Kim Jong Netanyahu.
Yeah.
But isn't he just like he's kind of like a cog in like this bigger right wing machine, like Likud, and you have all the members of that and yada yada. I'd say he's not like the facilitator, but he's like he allows it.
Yeah, he's
Like-
the
like-
enabler at this point. I don't
The
know.
enabler, that's the
He
word,
doesn't
yeah.
do anything except enable the worst kind of people in Israel right now. Just bring
Ah.
on Ben-Gvir, let him run his
My
freaking
God.
mouth.
Wait, have
But-
you
but
seen
you
the
don't realize-
latest thing?
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
About
No,
Ben-Gvir, the
Going undercover.
yeah. Oh my
Okay,
What?
can
I
somebody
don't even know
explain
the
that
story.
shit? I didn't understand. What the fuck?
I didn't look into it. It was just funny to me, just seeing him.
What is a siege?
Like I think what happened is Ben-Gvir, like he dressed undercover and he went to a police station to see how it functions. Like he just dressed up looking so weird. Like
Okay, so oh my
Yeah.
god, he's a fucking minister. He can just ask someone to report to him.
yeah.
Like Jesus Christ, the
He
man.
turned it into undercover boss.
Wait, so
Yeah, he did that. He did that. Yeah.
I saw a meme that they put him into like the freaking what's their name, like Fallout Boy, the band. They put him in the in the band photo.
Yeah, I posted it. There we go.
Oh, that'd be so funny if he wasn't terrifying.
I believe Israel should create a program calling "Colonize the Sun," and we can settle the sun with people like Ben-Gvir and his voters. Just put them on a missile and just send them to space so that they can colonize the sun, and maybe
They can,
God will provide.
Big God will provide. Yeah.
They can build that town that I put in the chat. That's pretty funny.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ, this is so cringe. Jesus.
No, right?
Yeah, Trump Heights, oh boy.
And the worst thing is, like, he's an actual minister of the country. What happened to Israel?
Actually, that's kind of what I'm looking to more like the three Israelis here. It's just like how did we get here? And two, just like is it as bad as like my perception is? Because when I see the videos of like I'm not familiar with all the different sects, obviously, because I'm sure there's like really like crypto like crazy ones. But I'm like when I see them with their like full head like yarmulkes, like almost like my beanie, and then they're holding aloft their rifles and they're holding like the child poster and they're like letting off, and I'm like, are you guys like Houthis or you're telling me you're Jews? Like what the fuck?
Settlers. Yeah.
Yeah, the settlers. And I'm just like, what is up with this? Like where did they come from?
America.
Primarily
Some
America,
of them.
Europe.
Kahanism is an American phenomenon, actually.
Yeah.
Meir Kahane was an
The guy was
American.
an Israeli American.
Yeah, what his name? Baruch Goldstein, American. I think that there is a disease in the United States which is called Americanism, where American lunatics come there and decided to do the settlement, the most extreme ones, and it's influencing badly the rest of society.
Hmm.
It's poison.
It's just so over the top, though. I'm just like, they look like zealots, like crazy zealots with their their guns up and all this, and I'm waiting for them to start like all kinds of crazy shit.
They don't look like it. They are.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's such a bummer.
Yeah.
I as a Jew, and I'm sure we hear that word a lot.
Jew.
Yeah, as a Jew, I'm just like,
Everyone point at him.
I'd like to divorce you from like all the things that I consider to be like Jewery.
Yeah,
And it's like
It's also like so non-Zionist too. I mean, if anyone reads Zionist literature, it's really far away. Like I don't see much like relationship between Zionism and Kahanism. Kahanism is this kind of like white supremacism, KKK applied to Judaism of sorts.
Crazy.
Yeah,
so
they're insane.
where does that like what's the birth of like Kahanism? Like, so what is instilling that like dogma into this group of Jews that are going to Israel and being like crazy territorial, murderous like zealots?
Wikipedia.
So there was always an element of extremism in Zionism, especially like revisionist Zionism that wanted this
Yeah.
maximalist, all the land of Israel and all that. Yeah. Jake?
Oh, I just said, the greater Israel concept. Back
Yeah.
when Zionism was kind of still finding out what it wanted to be.
Exactly.
Probably more
But-
successful than they even thought they would be.
Yeah, but like even Jabotinsky, who was the founder of revisionist Zionism, he didn't really want to have this idea of Arabs should be exterminated, expelled, destroyed, all this shit. But the reality was that like Meir Kahane just took it to like an insane extreme, to a point that like that in order for basically, if you redeem the land of Israel, right? If you have Jews that settling every corner of the land of Israel and expel non-Jews, then somehow the Messiah will come. And that's what I understand. Which, by the way, is completely heretical to Judaism. Judaism forbids the idea of, accelerating the arrival of the Messiah. And on top of that, Zionism kind of rejects, ever since the very beginning, the notion of destroying and mass murdering the Arabs or the locals or whatever they called it. So I don't know. It's really this American lunatic take on the conflict that is just poisoning everything.
It's also more broadly as well. Even though I'm not Israeli, so I can't really speak for it 100%, but I could just look at the history of it. Israel currently, with not even with the war, but with the political crisis that kind of brought the country to a standstill for a couple of years, right before it with the judicial reforms. Israel is kind of at a crossroads, I think. It really is kind of soul searching for what type of country it wants to be in the future. Because Israel was founded by socialists. It was founded by labor Zionists who built the kibbutzim and the communal farms and the welfare state, and had the concept of we're a Jewish state, but we're also a secular state at the same time. And that old guard is kind of pretty much died out. Pretty much, it's kind of moved on. I mean, obviously, in the 1970s, with when Golda Meir was ousted and the election of Menachem Begin, which was, I think, aptly called by an Israeli commentator at the time a revolution, because this was the first time ever a conservative party in Israel had gained seats, or gained the premiership, and obviously after the Second Intifada, before the Second Intifada, kind of had the Israeli left and sort of labor Zionism was kind of having a comeback under Ehud Barak with the Oslo Accords and the attempts to create a two states, and then of course that got destroyed in the Second Intifada, with the Israeli peace camp kind of died. But now the Israeli peace camp is coming back, and it kind of due to the extremism of Netanyahu and his ministers. But yeah, Israel. I'm reading a book called The Land of Hope and Fear, and I can't see the author because it's on the other side of the room. But it does, it's a book about that, how Israel is at a little bit of a crossroads. It does have some soul searching to do.
Yeah.
And obviously, how the war will affect this, I have no idea, but
It's really hard
Yeah.
to say. Like, I don't know, it's hard to see a future right now. Like, we're all fighting, like, kind of like everyday existence wars right now, even like on the like personal level, individual level.
and yeah, and it is also kind of getting.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it is interesting how, the sort of radicalization of the Israeli right, and also not so much the left, but also just kind of the polarization. It's an interesting thing because it's the trend around the entire world, especially the United States for sure, but also just countries everywhere. It's people getting more polarized. No side can find anything that they can agree on. Everyone's like, fuck you, kill you, fuck you, whatever. Shut up, for lack of a better expression. And yeah, it's just I don't know what the origin of that is. That's a whole other conversation. But yeah,
Listen, I think a lot of stuff has been brewing beneath the surface, and when the war and when October 7th happened and the war started, like all of this shit exploded into whatever it is that's happening right now.
yeah.
Well, I actually think that according to what we are seeing as a trend in political polling in Israel, it's actually fascinating because, to the contrary to what is expected, Israelis are actually moderating rather than becoming more extreme. The settler lunatics are still gonna have their political representation because I think at this point it's impossible to convince them that they are not the agents of God, but they are really not much of a big of a majority to influence politics after the next elections, in my opinion. And that's an opportunity, a window of opportunity to change things dramatically. Because after Hamas is finished, after this week I think it might be the case, the next target is gonna be ending the Israeli extremists, who rather the settlers, especially, who are threatening the very security of the country. Because let's not forget that when October 7th happened, there was a massive amount of soldiers guarding a filthy, tabernacle in the middle of the West Bank that they built inside a Palestinian town on purpose.
Yeah.
In a place called Hawara.
Yeah.
And it's like, why on earth are we wasting a single shekel into this shit?
Yeah, I fully agree with that actually, because I think what failed in October 7 is that all the attention went there, like diverted to war instead of the Gaza area.
I mean, let's not forget, like they attacked Israel proper,
Yeah.
and that's the
Yeah.
most. It's also damning for the Palestinian cause, by the way. They're not attacking an occupation; they're attacking the very country that was supposed to survive or exist after the end of the conflict. So, yeah.
Jiram, can I read you something from the chat? I think it was directed at you.
Okay.
Biron Ma says I think it's for you. You're misrepresenting settlers, though. Their ideology seems to be more based in creating a security buffer around Israel.
So yeah, that's more than an ideology. That's an argument. But with all due respect, the buffer can be explained in certain areas next to the border, the 67 borders. It's not justifiable for the area of Hebron. Like, Hebron is a city that has no reason to be in Israeli hands at all. and I don't care like that 3,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago some random uh, uh, you know some cattle herder died and put his wife there, and therefore we have to keep it. It's idiotic. No, forget Hebron, forget the city, hand it over. The end. It makes no sense. That in the entire area makes no sense to keep to be part of Israel. And so yeah, and that's by the way the area where the soldiers were next that were supposed to be in Gaza. So yeah. I think, if I add something, I think that the litmus test for peace in the area, from Israel's part, is the ability to renounce the city of Hebron, which is absolutely majority Muslim anyway, and the fact that it is kept as a kind of cultural value place is ridiculous. The priority has to be the people of Israel, not the lands that it keeps. So yeah.
I mean, actually, to that end, there are like so many spots of cultural significance that are not in like Israel proper, like the Cave of the Patriarchs and all that kind of thing.
That's in Hebron.
I'm sorry, that's in Hebron. My bad. I mean, that's like a specific spot. I mean, in Hebron.
No.
Do you think it's I mean, like you said, it's a litmus test, but do you believe in the feasibility of society just being able to write off such a culturally significant thing?
I mean, it will be painful politically. I'm not worried. Like personally, I don't care.
I'm not attached either. I'm not attached either. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, it might be painful, but the thing is that I believe that there is a possibility to do that because ultimately the priority in the Zionist movement is never which spot of the land it has some like what place of the historic first century Judea we have, but the fact that we have a feasible Jewish state where we can survive the onslaught of anti-Semitism that existed in modernity. And so like I don't see the point of keeping Hebron if it's a danger to that, especially considering it's not even an important settler block. It's just a bunch of a few fanatics, the most obnoxious version of settlers, by the way, that are actually doing an apartheid regime because Hebron is kind of like cut and kind of like the Palestinians have to like move around the Jewish neighborhoods. Like it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And it endangers the soldiers who Israel sends to keep them. So I don't care. Like fuck them. No. Get like if they want to stay in Hebron, go ahead, stay. But as Palestinians, Palestinian Jews.
mm.
Nothing else to add, I guess. Like this is, yeah, a lot of the shit that we're talking about. Like it's like, I don't know. You hear the argument and you're like, oh shit.
It's just like
Shit's bad.
I'm
Shit's
sorry.
bad.
It's just like you hear the argument from either side, and you're weighing it out, and you're just like, none of these are like good options, and I don't know if there's a best option. So it's just like, why? Like you're weighing two different kinds of shit.
Well, you see, something as well is, when we're talking about the creation of a two-state or the removal of settlers, which, by the way, is a lot. It's like 700,000, I think. Israel is a country of, I believe, around 9 million people. Like, that's a lot of people you'd have to move, assuming all of them come out, not just the ones deep in. But, like, because, I think people like us, like, obviously, a lot of Israelis are not a fan of Netanyahu based on his conduct of the war and his, inability to prevent it, which I think is justified. But I think we are. I don't know what average Israelis are thinking because I think we're in the. I think people like us are certainly in the minority where we're actually thinking about the implications, greater implications. Like most Israelis don't care, and it's the same thing in America. It's the same thing everyone's like. Most people don't care about politics. Most people really don't. All they care is about what's in front of them, really. And to normal Israelis, what they see is they don't really care. They see that the war is happening, and they care when their kids have to go run into a bomb shelter when rockets get launched at them from Gaza. And I'm curious. Like, I don't know. And I mentioned this briefly in the Discord with you, Silver, when I was talking about the two. When I mentioned I want to talk about the possibility of a two-state and the viability of it, is like I don't know any politician in Israel that would be willing to actually give a full two-state solution fully. I don't know. Even if like Netanyahu, even if like best case scenario, Netanyahu gets ousted, a lot of his government ministers get ousted because they found out consistently they were messed up. They screwed it, and like a more leftist or even more centrist government gets elected. I don't know any Israeli politician that would be doing it because I don't know if average Israelis would do that. That'd be political suicide. Like after an attack like October 7th, to just give them their own state with no like again, obviously the terms of it would be interesting, but that's the thing I'm concerned with. Like because as I mentioned, like the Second Intifada killed the Israeli peace movement. Like they got obliterated, and I'm kind of worried that October 7th pretty much done the same thing, even though it was kind of having a comeback. Because of Netanyahu's extremist policies, and I mean, I don't know what the answer would be if like a two-state solution is unviable. Obviously, the occupation can't continue indefinitely. Netanyahu has said he's tried to do that, and obviously, look what's happened. That's been a complete failure. I think most Israelis see that this current situation is untenable, but I don't know what the other options would be. I'd just be interested in getting on your both the Israeli people here, but also just everyone's opinion on it.
Well, I'll let one of our Israeli brothers go first.
I'm kind of speechless. Actually, I actually want to hear. I'm like, this is like I said, it's hard for me to give like answer to all this because I'm, I guess, less well versed.
Please solve the entire Israeli-Arab conflict. Go ahead in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Exactly.
Done.
Yeah.
Well, GRM and Siegel, what are you guys thinking?
No,
Siegel?
actually, exactly. Like, I don't know exactly. Like, I think yes, this two-state solution. I'm fully supporting it, but it needs conditions. Like, you can just give them, let them just have their own state without, having like policies and like dropping the whole Hamas. Not just Hamas. There's lots of like terrorist organizations that participate.
Well, that's the thing that the Palestinian Authority knows. They won't admit it, but they know it, and Mahmoud Abbas knows it. Mahmoud Abbas was elected on a 4-year term 20 years ago. There's a reason why they don't have an election, because they know that Hamas would get elected in 5 nanoseconds. People hate the Palestinian Authority, and then all of a sudden you have that's the thing. That's what makes it so problematic. It's because okay, two-state solution. It's like, okay, but Israel gets to keep all the troops there. It's like, okay, well, that's not real sovereignty then. And even I would agree with that. That's kind of not real. And obviously the Palestinians hate that. But obviously if Israel can't withdraw its troops because obviously Hamas would get elected instantly, then you have a terrorist state in control of East Jerusalem and on the Wailing Wall and in the West Bank. Like, obviously that can't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so
it's hard.
I already have a solution in my mind, to be honest. For example, for the settlers and for many of the issues. The thing is that the problem is that I don't think that in the foreseeable future, and I hate to say that because I heard Netanyahu say that and I kind of agree with him, which makes me want to barf. But for the foreseeable future, it's unviable to have a Palestinian state. I mean, the October 7th attack is the evidence of what many, and I will venture even to say most, I don't have the proof for that, most Palestinians think of when they are talking about liberating Palestine. And it's a really sad situation. I understand the position in the West, where we grow up with the notion that everybody is inherently is a result, like people's wrongdoing is a result of people having a bad situation in life, and Palestinians are suffering. But that's no excuse, and it doesn't solve anything to recognize this. And it's not legitimate to deny Israel is a state because it's a recognized legal state, and there's nothing that justifies the idea of dismantling it. So the only thing that is left is for the Palestinians to accept ultimately that Israel will exist. Now, there are many like pragmatic solutions, in my opinion, that Israel can take to enable this to rise, but it needs time. It needs de-radicalization. It needs lots and lots of smart policy and micromanagement. And I don't see any of the leaders of Palestine or Israel doing this at this moment.
Yeah, how would we even
Yeah.
de-radicalize? Like, I also agree with you. It needs to happen. Like, it's really hard.
Yeah.
I feel like the de-radicalization that happened after the 7th.
Like, by the way, and that's one of the things that I get a lot of flack from, because yeah, I agree that Israel has done really nasty things. I'm not denying it at any moment. The problem is that Israel is still less radicalized than Palestine, and it's not because they have an upper they have a better hand in life. It's because they built a country, a democratic country that allows for self-criticism and self-reflection that the Palestinians have never done in decades.
Israeli children are not taught to hate.
Not at this
I mean,
level.
No,
they're not.
it depends where.
There are
Yeah, depends where,
families.
actually.
There are families where they ingrain the Arab hatred from a very young age, but Hamas is on a entirely.
It's not like an UNRWA
It's on a
school at all,
different
though. It's not like how many Jews can you kill, and then how many
Yeah,
with
it's not
this many
so-
bullets.
I'm sorry. Are you bad mouthing UNRWA?
Absolutely.
How dare!
I mean,
That-
you do
that
realize that
tweet
according to Owen Jones, the
Oh God, no.
Paramount
God.
journalist
No.
of the UK, cutting funding for UNRWA is literally genocide.
Well,
that tweet they put out on
Everything.
December
Yeah.
1st, where it's like, we should, people should really refrain from saying these horrible accusations against us. It's not helpful. Is that the NH did it?
Yeah, I think a
That was
lot
back
of
on December
people.
1st.
I'm just saying, if you decide to still, oh, sorry, go on.
I think a lot of people like me have been like trying to keep it like really moderate in regards to UNRWA and stuff like that. But right now it's impossible. Like after the shit that came out, I guess some people have been less naive than me, and less good. I don't know if good faith is the word. Like less, just less naive, and could already see through it like long ago. But right now, yeah, everyone, it's plain to see. It's out there.
And you know what? If you still decide to donate to UNRWA, Farfor thanks you for your donations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like UNRWA is one of those things. Like, okay, the UN doesn't have a good reputation anyway,
Yeah,
anywhere.
exactly.
But it's still like Jesus Christ. Sorry. Jesus Christ was Palestinian. I can't take over his name. But
The oil
like,
from my Hanukkah was Palestinian. Just saying.
yeah, exactly. But like the thing about UNRWA, I was aware of UNRWA years ago when I learned more and more about the conflict, because even though like I lived the conflict too, like I think most of us here did, it's still like the details of those things we are not aware of. But then you go into the depth of what UNRWA is, and you start noticing that they are part of the problem, a big part. The very fact that UNRWA exists, that they allow the idea of inheritance of refugeedom, is insane. Like, okay, I get that many people in Gaza and the West Bank are refugees and are stateless, and I agree that their descendants should be refugees. But a person who is like fifth generation Lebanon Palestinian refugee, like, at what point are those people allowed to just build a life as Lebanese? If I was a descendant of a fifth generation person who lived in I don't know, France, I would be French.
Yeah,
But-
that's the
Yeah.
well, that's the thing as well. It's because like that's the thing that's the thing where it's like Israel has done fucked up things in the past. Like any sane Israeli will acknowledge that. Just as any sane American will acknowledge, yeah, the U.S. has done really messed up things to like our native people in the past, for example. But it's like, I know it's not the same, but the same kind of concept. And it's like, how like it's one of those things like was it unjust in 1948 and 49 that even a single Palestinian was forced to move off their land to make room for a Jewish state? Yes, it absolutely was. But it's also not rare. And it's been 75 years. They have to accept the reality that they're not coming home. It's just, I'm sorry, but it's the case. After World War II, 12 million ethnic Germans were forcibly moved out of Poland and East Prussia. And what would certainly be today would be considered ethnic cleansing for sure. But today there aren't 12 million Germans screaming out from the Oder River to Königsberg. It's just not a thing that happens. 1 million Greeks were forced out of Turkey. Or no, 1 million Turks were forced out of Greece, and 1.2 million Greeks were forced out of Turkey in 1923.
Yeah, that's something
Which by the way was actual genocide. Like
Yes.
Yeah, also the Armenians.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and then you have India and Pakistan, which is it's literally like, okay, India and Pakistan literally happened the year before. We're not talking like another era. I'm talking like literally 1947. Okay, and it was a catastrophe. Like, I think 4 million refugees, 1 million people died. It was insane. And nobody in India and Pakistan are saying, well, they're still in conflict, but the conflict isn't about refugees. It's about Kashmir, which, by the way, it's a whole clusterfuck in itself as well. And the idea that the idea that we have to like go back in time and restore what happened back in the it's insane, because anyone can claim this, but like I think it was Amos Oz who said that you can't recover in geography what was lost in time. And the fact that people are being told the Palestinians are being told that, yeah, you have the legitimacy to recover that is in itself a crime. You can't. It's over. The houses are gone. The world that existed back then is gone. Was it unjust? Probably. Yeah. But it doesn't matter.
I think there's an element to how it unfolds that I've thought about lately, like the fact that Jewish people have been persecuted, the Israelites and all that have been persecuted for thousands of years, and Islam doesn't have the same history. So once they kind of endured something very horrific, the way they react to it and the way that they like generationally are affected by it, I think it created what we have today. I think that's why it's different, like because Islam is kind of has a history of conquest, there's a history of conquering and ruling. So like once they endured something like the Nakba and stuff like that, like it's not to them, it's not, I guess it's not the same, like they can't rationalize it in the same way that I guess other nations or people have been like maybe I don't know enough about history about other like genocides and stuff like that, or persecution, but like
yeah, but would you argue the same about Christianity and Christians?
They had an enlightenment, and that kind of like, I mean, obviously there were still massive wars of religion, but I would say it's, I don't know. I also have this problem of kind of like looking so far back, and we do like this modernizing thing where we're like, that's obviously bad. So it puts us in this weird space. Like, I'm generally of this belief that, like Monacoto was saying, like what Jews have experienced through millennia, they've been the nail for every king, empire, state for thousands of years.
Yep.
And eventually you can only smash a nail so many times before it loses like the form of a nail. And then you go through something as horrific as a Holocaust, and that's the crucible that this nail suddenly decides, I think it's time to be a hammer if we're going to survive in a world of hammers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And I feel ashamed of it too, because there's like something beautiful about the Jewish spirit. That's why I look to you Israelis and your voices on the matter, because I always connected more with like the diaspora of Jews, because that's where my family are from. So I'm like, I totally understand there, and there's like this whole culture just around being a Jew of diaspora, but I take a lot of strength from that because of what those people have gone through.
But even like the Jews of the diaspora were influenced by the creation of the state of Israel. It gave them really a lot of security, especially like people aren't aware of this, but Israel itself, the people who went to Israel are mostly refugees of some sort who didn't have any option to take a visa to go to France or the United States.
They didn't want them either.
I would argue they did want to, but they weren't allowed. They are basically considered the scum of the developed world at the time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So and they went to Israel, where the only place they could have gone. And, it's not as if the reason why Jews went to what was then the Mandate of Palestine is not like this nefarious plot to take over Arab lands. It's like they had no other choice. That said, there's an interview I've seen of Hannah Arendt from 1970, I think, where she was asked about I think she compared for a brief moment between the world pre-Israel and post-Israel, and she basically said, the creation of Israel, the liberation of the Jews, she used those terms, the freedom that was granted to the Jews was a changing reality for all Jews around the world. Like, things really changed. And there is a sadness of what was lost of the Jews before that. But she wouldn't go back to this. Like, no sane person will go back to the torture that was before the state of Israel, because it was the genuine idea that any moment now the majority will just snap and start massacring everybody around you, including you and your family. And that's a fear that was I think that's not human to accept. It's not acceptable.
It's super legitimizing to have a place on the map for sure.
Yeah, and we see like how much the Jews in the diaspora right now are experiencing like just a sliver of that suffering, I guess. Like, but it's still it's obviously like really bad, even though it's like not like the level that was then.
Yeah.
But like it just emboldens the fact that Israel needs to exist. It's so simple. Like, look at Jews in the diaspora feeling so threatened and feeling so like unsafe right now that it's just so obvious. Like, you can't excuse it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't understand, like, the whole pick me Jews, like the tokenized Jews sometimes. Like,
Hate it.
Yeah, I hate it as well so much. Like,
The Asa Jews.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
there
like
was this
all
last
those
tweet.
weirdos.
What
Just
was the tweet? Like, I'm an Ashkenazi. What was it? Like, people.
yeah, those kind of tweets.
Yeah.
I'm an
Yeah.
Like,
Ashkenazi
you
Jew,
see-
and I wish Hitler would have kept.
Yeah, I'm sure.
This
I'm
is
sure
why
that
I'm on
person-
Twitter.
By the way, I'm sure that person is a troll. By the way, I don't think that person is genuinely Jewish. I refuse
Yeah.
to believe there was I'm almost convinced that the person was a troll. But still, like, there's a lot of Asa Jews that are also Asa descendant, like a
Oh, yeah.
granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, as if it gives you any insight into anything. Because, like, being a son or a daughter or grandson of a Holocaust survivor doesn't give you nothing. It just makes you like.
That's
Yeah.
a subject in and of itself, because a lot of them didn't talk about what they experienced. Like, my grandmother, thankfully, she had like the ability to talk and tell her story, and it's documented and everything. But a lot of them didn't, and I feel like this might have affected a lot of Jews that today are like just like no, Hitler should have not even this extreme. Like people just don't seem to understand because they haven't been told, and that's like it connects to the whole like forgetting the Holocaust thing.
Yeah, probably, and I think that's a lot of it. But then again, people are not forgetting the Nakba, so like it happened more or less at that period, isn't it? Doesn't it? So yeah, it's like this selective memory that is happening, and especially this notion that I think there is this refusal to accept still today, and it never went away, that actually the Jews were victims in many respects of modern history, even more so than medieval history, in my opinion. The idea of the creation of the nation, the modern nation state, the necessity of uniformity, which went directly against the presence of Jews in many respects, including the fact that the Third Reich eventually reached an extreme conclusion of destroying the minorities that were threatening its uniformity, which was the Jews. I think all those things are still prevalent. Like, it's funny to me. Sorry, I'm talking a lot, but it's funny to me that, for instance, people talk about systemic racism all the time, which is it's real, but nobody's talking about systemic anti-Semitism and the fact it was so prevalent in Western culture for centuries or millennia. And nobody's like, oh yeah, well, anti-Semitism went away in 1945 and never came back. It never happened.
People think that.
Really?
It,
Strange.
I've never.
2% of the U.S.'s population is Jewish, 2%, and they are the victim of, I think, before October 7th, 52% of all religious hate crimes.
Yeah. I mean, and yeah, people actually think that. I've been talking to people here in Spain, and they were telling me, no, I can't believe people actually will have anti-Semitic feelings on Jews. Not after what happened. At this point, like, we surpassed this. When did we really? When did Europe really like had a soul search and kind of confronted its anti-Semitic demons in a way? How did it review the fact that the anti-Semitic cultural elements that defined a lot of European culture for centuries? It didn't. It just kind of brushed it away and let the Jews create a state so that they can be safe, but they didn't really handle anti-Semitism on a profound level.
Well, yeah. Well, to be fair,
I'm sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, to be fair, I kind of get that, because if you had asked me like before October 7th, because obviously the awful amounts of anti-Semitism we've seen from especially from young people, which is bizarre. It's like because I don't consider myself a naive person. I consider myself pretty well informed and pretty aware of the nastier aspects of the world. But even that, after October 7th, I was surprised. Just the unbelievable amounts of anti-Semitism. Again, it might have been naivety on my part, but it's like I was still surprised.
I was surprised too, actually. Yeah.
It's insane. Again, especially from young people, which is so bizarre.
Because I don't
I
agree.
don't.
Is it though? Is it so bizarre when you kind of take a look at who they follow and that sort of thing? It doesn't feel too outrageous to me. I'm shocked and sad, but I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but on the other hand, look, sorry, but I don't know. It's like, imagine if somebody, if a congressperson asked the university deans from the elite universities of the United States, well, is it okay to burn a cross on your campus? And they would say well, depends on the context. Was the cross, how big it was, right? People will be absolutely just tearing down Harvard's buildings directly to have demand.
They would be hanged publicly in the town square.
Yeah. Because that was basically what was asked. Yeah, just to transport it to like KKK or Nazis or what is called racist symbology. Like, well, will you burn a cross on the campus lawn? Would you allow? Is it acceptable? And they will say, well, if the cross burning, yes, but like if it goes into action, then it's forbidden. Like that's insane.
Yeah, I agree. Like,
And people were defending that, and that's absolutely crazy. And of course, it makes sense if we take into account that just as there is systemic racism, there is also systemic anti-Semitism.
Yeah, we're discovering it's very clear these days. At least when it comes to education, definitely.
yeah, like the whole ideologies from, I don't know where they got all this like Marxist Leninist, the tanky, like thinking that Russia is some kind of like global power that needs to be worshipped, and like Ukraine is evil and Israel's evil. Like I don't get this whole tanky logic. Like
Based manly Russia versus cuck virgin United States.
Got 'em.
Yeah, I can explain to you because I am from the radical left, so I understand a bit the logic from that.
Oh, actually, cool. Pause on that. Has this whole incident like really shifted you?
I want to believe. Okay, yes and no. I'm still committed to socialism. I was never a tanky. I never believed in tanky shit. I didn't idolize the Soviet Union at all. Maybe a bit more of a Trotskyite than Marx, than a Stalinist, certainly. But yeah, I was never into that because I don't believe that this kind of authoritarianism, in using Marxist terms, the alienation of the working class in the Soviet Union was absolutely patent. Like the only thing that they replaced was instead of the capitalist or the czar, they had like a bureaucracy and a party, and that's maybe an improvement, but it wasn't that much of an improvement.
So you're still like grounded in your morals, you'd say.
I don't understand. What?
Like you said you're from the radical left. So radical left to me at this stage is like fucking insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm radical left in that sense, but I find myself kind of radical. I have notions of radical solutions for the big problems of the world, but I am also kind of I don't know. I'm not an anti-Zionist. I'm just not. So yeah, like that's the main element of contention that was always present because I was always a kind of a Zionist myself. And I do believe the state of Israel is. I'm a statist, for instance. I'm not an anarchist. And I do believe the state of Israel is a necessity. So it makes no sense for me to be, that. But going back to the question, it did shift many things in that. Pragmatically speaking, it's unsustainable to have this attempt to how do you say it? Like from a pragmatic ideological standpoint, I mean, the radical left, at least online, is absolutely insane. It is utterly self-destructive,
Yeah.
and yeah, like how can you possibly make an alliance with ideological movements that literally go against every single thing that you believe in, every single thing? From women's liberation to LGBT rights to workers' rights. Like people don't know that, but for example, the Houthis, they literally enslaved black people. They have a black slave market in Yemen. It's not a joke. And we're talking like in 2023. And then they go on and say, well, we have to decolonize the United States from the slave plantation period, and like, which I agree, but like, you can't do that and then just ignore the fact that that shit exists in places like Yemen or Mauritania. So I don't understand. this dissonance is insane unless you accept a kind of the fact that it's everything about anti-West, which has a lot of anti-Semitism ingrained in it. So everything the United States does is bad, and that's it.
I actually wanna like do a round of like like GRM, you already kind of answered it, like how the situation kind of, if it made you shift on your views and stuff like that. You can return to any kind of like free form discussion, but I'm just interested to see if like after the October 7th thing, or after the Gaza war started, like if you shifted on anything substantial. We can go like Silvern, Jake, and Siege Lad.
For me, I would have definitely considered myself. I mean, if we're going to explain in like political party terms, I felt more like left leaning, and now I've slowly tipped to like liberal. I had like this very live and let live. Again, a lot of this has come from ignorance of the situation on the ground over there for many years. And I was educated, and I went to like a Jewish private school for a long time, so I understood like the history, but not so much like the timeline of political things going on. But then like after October 7th, and I was just inundated with like the most horrific things I've seen. Like, this is now like a stain on my soul, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I've definitely changed as a person. I'm more wary going out places with my wife and my son. Like, it's just like a whole new level of like preparedness. It's kind of stupid, but it has translated to like even mundane things. Like when I go to the gym, sometimes I'm in the middle of a workout, and I'm like, you know what? What if I need to run like really fast and really hard? Can I do that? Because I need to get someplace with my family, you know? So it's definitely impacted me in like some pretty intense ways.
Yeah. By the way, GRM, just to make sure, did you answer it, or did you ask it this question, and then I don't want to skip over you by accident.
I talked a lot, so I'm gonna let other people talk. But I kind of answered it. I think I said a yes and no and all that explanation.
Okay, we can go back to you and they're like kind of summarize it again, whatever. So, Jake, what did you shift or anything like? How so?
Well, I've always been liberal leaning in my life. I've always hated communism. I think the people, like the tanky people, are cringe. I think all forms of extremism are bad. I'd say. I don't think that's a hot take. Well, I guess now it might be. But so, for me personally, some things I swing a little bit more left on. Some things I swing more conservative on. It's just really case by case basis. But in terms of October 7th, it shook me to my core. I want to make that clear. I mentioned, like, I'm not naive. Like, I don't, like stuff with like blood and like some people get like, nauseous or queasy or faint or whatever. Like, I've never really been bothered by that, like gore stuff. Like, I never really, like, I've never been bothered by that. But it's something about just the amount of it. I was like, I paused and was like, I need to stop for a second because this is insane. What's going on? And in terms of politics, like I've always, even before I was Jewish, even before I converted, I always supported Israel. Like, even before that, I always yes, like I've always had the opinion that the two-state solution is the best idea, and the Palestinians deserve it. But I would always say that yes, but Israel does have the moral high ground. I don't have any doubt about that. And I will say this has convinced me more of that. I'd say for sure, and it's also encouraged me a lot to, delve more so in history as well. And also just an actual commit to the Jewishness that I want to do as well. Because, I still have not formally converted, like with the rabbi and all that. I haven't gone through the conversion process. And I considered myself Jewish, like almost a year ago now. But I never really would have ever have said, like, if someone asked me, are you Jewish? Like, I was like, no, not really. I just identified with the religion I wanted, like the principles of it, because I respect it and I really like what it says. And compared to all the other religions I've studied, I just found it the most appealing. But certainly after October 7th, I'm like, no, I want to do it fully. Like, I really want to do the conversion fully. And that's why a few days ago I bought, sitting on my table in my room, I have the Oxford annotated Mishnah compilation of it, but I want to read. I know sitting at a 1,200 page book is intimidating, but I want to read it.
Good for you, man. Really.
Yeah, and in terms of politics, I mean, I've always been pretty left leaning. Like, I do think like the social democracies of Europe are the way to go. I would like to see them better in the United States. I don't think they'll happen, but that's that's sort of an optimistic thing. But certainly, like, I've always hated communism. I've always thought it cringe, like this absurdness of like, and and also as well, I've always said, like, even before October 7th and before I was Jewish, I always said that the one thing that the far right and the far left have in common is that they all hate Jews. I've always said that. I was like, that is the one thing that they seem to all agree on. That's the one thing that they seem to agree on. That's like the horseshoe theory is completely real. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. It's
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting.
So yeah, I guess I don't know. Like it affected me. Like the whole thing. Like went like at the start. I went really kind of really right wing. Like I really got angry and was like seeing all those videos and all this emotion, even from my family. Like some actually live in areas where the rockets got hit. You know. And then suddenly, slowly, I went back like to the center left, like that's where I was always like center left, like not fully left, but like I do believe in the two-state solution, but at the same time, like certain things have to be done. Like you can just just give them a land and just say, hey, Hamas can stay there. All those other terrorist groups, like. Things need to be solved. Like you can just also the extremists, of course, the Israeli ones, obviously, that as well. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. For me, I think like I don't know. I definitely got more involved and like started to read more. Not even read, like just I don't know, engage with more political shit because this is not my thing. I'm like more of an artistic person. This is not my forte, but like I feel like a lot of us had just been thrust into it, and it bears repeating. This is why I pivoted into it because this is like a question, and then the answers that bear repeating. How everyone shifted and how it affected everyone, because like this is like unprecedented. For me, being like I guess in Israel, I would still be considered a radical leftist because I'm like pro-Palestinian, and like and I'm like vocally pro-Palestinian, but like after October 7th, like I suddenly, I guess like you would say, like on the political compass, it moved me a bit to the right in the sense that I kind of embraced Zionism and like maybe just kind of like made me angrier, and like kind of like more sober when it comes to it, less naive.
Can I, now that everybody said their piece, I would like to just add something.
Yeah, sure.
It's kind of like I'm gonna just put it here because from my personal experience, because I'll try to be politically active in Spain. I never stopped being politically active, mostly because it's kind of what I was told, I experienced in growing up in Israel anyway, which is a really politically active place, even for people who are not too involved. And I did had to break away from the political party I was involved in. I did have because I just couldn't bear it wasn't like they weren't throwing me abuse or any sort of that shit, and they did kind of respect me personally, but from a pragmatic or rather not pragmatic, like practical point of view, I noticed that they talked a lot about Palestinian rights, and when I asked about what about the rights of the kidnapped and the Israelis who were massacred, and they kind of like brush it off. But the worst thing about this is that I've talked to quite a few leftists, and not a few of them actually agree with Israel's position. The problem is that they don't say it openly. And I find this the utmost level of cowardice. I can't be in a political movement that is cowardly, because then what they're just lying. They're just manipulating their words so that they can get influence and power. It's not. It's just more of the same. So why should I even waste my time? It's something that, by the way, I'm not gonna try to achieve political power anyway. I'm not intending to have my career in politics. So, like, I was really disillusioned. I had a level of cynicism, which is rare in me because I'm really an optimist,
Yeah.
for a few weeks, and now I'm kind of like politically I'm orphan. So, you know, I'm still finding myself. What I do know is that even though I am reading a lot and like following a lot of like right-wingy types for information and news, as well as left-wing people on this issue particularly, I'm not gonna join them. I'm not gonna be a Ben Shapiro fan anytime soon. just to be clear.
Yeah, I think that speaks to like a lot of the a big reason why a lot of at least Jewish people on the left had become like I don't like the term politically homeless, but like it's really like that, and like just like another form of being one of the reasons I did this panel, because like it just adds to the, I don't know, this like loneliness and like this separation and especially in the diaspora, and suddenly you realize that the political movements or like the people that you believed are kind of for you are suddenly just turning against you, and like suddenly you can't really identify yourself politically anymore. Like it's not, some of us do, like I openly identify as leftist, like, right, but it's much harder because suddenly like at least a lot of Jewish people who were center left, like liberal, I guess, suddenly try to become like people who are less politically inclined, I guess, even less than me. They try to be like quote unquote the good Jews, and they try to be like to be, I don't know, make the best impression for people who don't really care for them.
Yeah, and like I was just tired to explain anymore. Like for years I explained Zionism to people to make them understand it's not a slur, it's a complex ideology with these ideas, and there are many positions and many tendencies. And like there's a point that I said like it's just worthless. It's like talking to a wall. They believe they're 1970s Soviet slogans, and there is nothing I can do about it. And quite frankly, it's really important, in my opinion, to have a space of left-wing Zionism, to have more of a position, not online especially, because people, like, from my perspective, like, my political position is really, really either misrepresented or it doesn't have a lot of representation. The only thing I did see a lot of left-wing activism from Israel is from the purple circles, which I respect, even though I don't agree. So for people to know, like the purple circles are these people who are trying they're like fighting against the war, and they're saying that the war is worthless, it doesn't achieve anything, and all that. They're mostly pacifists, and I do respect that position. I'm not gonna insult them, but I don't agree with them, because I do believe that the war is sadly inevitable. I don't see like how can we have a peace process while Hamas is in power in Gaza.
Like that's interesting. Like I don't know if you went through it, but like do any of you guys have like a next step prescription for the war at this point?
It feels so above, like, one, I feel like disconnected because I'm in a whole other country, but two, it's like it feels somewhat above my pay grade, and so it's just like kind of just like throwing darts It's like, I don't know if that's going to work, but
Even
like,
in the sense of like wishful thinking, like
wishful thinking. Yeah, I'm like, I wish we could just sort this out right now. I don't know. I hear so many like different things kicked around too. Like, what if we had Saudi come in and they would assume control of this area once like the fighting is done? And I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about. I generally like this like cooling off of like tensions that we see in like the Israel's neighbors like Saudi, the UAE, to like Bahrain somewhat. Um, I don't know. It's like there's a part of me that's just like, should we take this like right to Iran and stop like the bullshit, because we know that these are funded and there's several other proxies that Iran uses to foment like this kind of bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, do we? It's very hawkish, and I'm not necessarily like that, but I'm like, I am tired of like this bullshit. That
it
just
raises
like
questions, even if you don't have like quote unquote proper prescription for the next step. Like it raises a lot of questions that you didn't think you'd have. It's like should we investigate now? Like insane. It's things that
yeah, it's like, and I'm like, what's the cost benefit for that? Like to just all out, just like say, like, we know that you're at the source of this, and we're gonna finally put an end to it. And I say we, but I'm like, I don't know what kind of coalition that is gonna take.
Yeah.
So.
Well, literally 30 minutes before we were brought on, the U.S. reported that 3 servicemen had been killed by an Iranian suicide drone in Jordan. An attack.
Oh, super.
Base, and 24 were injured. This is the first time that U.S. soldiers have been killed by an Iranian attack. Because I completely agree with you. Because this is something I disagree with my fellow liberals on, but this is something I believe. I think Iran has been allowed to run roughshod over the Middle East. I think because it started under Obama. As much as I like Obama and I like Joe Biden, but I don't like Trump. Okay, but I completely disagree with them on this topic where it started under Obama with the Iran deal. I don't think that was a good idea. Trump kind of stopped it, but then also kind of didn't really do anything to stop Iran either. And then Biden restarted it. I think that was a bad idea. I think it's this idea that people have. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it might be. I might even also be like a Cold War sort of mentality, but it's this idea that like Iran, at the end of the day, is a reasonable actor. They can be constrained with concessions. They will react to. They talk about big game, but at the end they'll come to the negotiating table. When the reality is they won't. They're crazy. They don't care. Like so, this idea
flag with the Shahada go up in Iran, and I'm like, they're done. They're committed. Like that's enough for me.
Yeah, I think they've been allowed to run roughshod all over the Middle East, and I like Biden. I know everyone makes fun of him, but I do like him. But I completely disagree with a lot of his foreign policy decisions. I think his foreign policy has been kind of a disaster, to be frank. Again, with Iran, like he's just like his response to the Houthis' attacks on shipping in the Red Sea has been, one could say, timid at best. I think, and again, it's an election year. I obviously know that's why he's not doing anything, but I think enough's enough. And I mean, I know if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, I don't support this idea, but I have no idea that I don't doubt that Israel will not allow that to happen. I mean, they never allowed Iran or Syria to get nukes. They tried, but they stopped them, and I guarantee you the same thing will happen for Iran. I think as well, like the Biden's foreign policy of trying to like push for 2-state solution, but like also at the same time not realizing anything that would come with that. Where it's just like calling up Netanyahu and saying, "Hey, it'd be cool if you could have a 2-state," and then he's like, "Well, like no," and he's like, "Okay, bye." That's basically it. And I like without not committing, but also 2, not realizing that's far easier said than done, Mr. Biden. That's not something that could just happen overnight. And again, like I don't know how the course of the war will go. I don't know if Hezbollah will get involved. Again, 30 minutes before I was on, I saw reporting how Israel is ready to go with that, as far as they're concerned, to push them back behind the Litani River. I don't know what the solution is. Like a 2-state, some other weird solution, giving the West Bank to Jordan and giving the Gaza to Egypt, just saying whatever, you deal with it. We're done with this garbage. I don't know what the solution is, and I don't know how.
I just have the impression if you're spoiling for conflict and war, just be prepared to get it at some point.
Yeah.
Generally. Yeah, that's
and then I don't want to hear you cry about it either. Like this whole cry, there's a cry bully mentality for one, and then the other thing is that I hate this notion, and I think it's it comes from the left that you can't both be like weak and evil, no matter what. Like because you are weak, it's because of the conditions that you find yourself in, and that anything that
Silver,
you do.
Silver. I'm sorry, but don't you know that if you have a neo-Nazi protest and the police are guarding it and they have more weapons and strength than the neo-Nazis, then obviously the neo-Nazis are right.
Oh, right.
I saw your face, Silver, and you were expecting him to go like to actually.
Oh no, he stops. I'm like, oh my god, what's he gonna say? But you, I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from. It's just like you cannot.
Which is something I had actually a lot of problems with the left. Like, I'm sorry, just because you're weak or just because you're on the losing side doesn't mean you're right.
Mhm.
Doesn't mean you have the moral high ground. Doesn't mean you have the right to take over what was taken away from you, because it's you who invaded when you had a position of strength. You attacked the Jews, which is why I say, fine, you can have a right of return. You can have a right to go back to 1946 if we want. The only condition is revive the people that died because of the war you caused. The end. But since they can't, because people don't revive, and since the damage was done, then I'm sorry, you lost. And many people lost, and the Jews also lost. They lost
Three times they've lost.
But yeah, but I'm saying like the Jewish side, the Israeli side, lost thousands of people in terrible wars. And like you can't just ignore and brush this off just because, people lost some lands and some houses. Just build new ones. Right? Okay.
You're right, my guy. Oh no.
Oh Jesus! I'm sorry, it caught me off guard.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is one of those things. But I do think like a solution for the whole problem, and that's of course what I perceived as the just solution, is for Israel to just tell the Palestinians that, and especially Hamas, that they are not gonna fight anymore, and please come in, and we are at your mercy. We give up.
There's like no option to go anywhere until we kind of neutralize this part of the conflict. Like you can't just Hamas basically they can ruin any step that everyone kind of wants to already go to. Like we can't take any of the next step until Hamas is taken.
They already destroyed the first peace process.
Yep.
Right? It's not like that second intifada happened out of nowhere, right? The second intifada came after years of suicide bombings and like a bloodbath in Israel with its reactions, and already during Rabin's premiership, there were already like massive suicide bombers, like the bombing of buses and all that shit that came from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, and they in fact derailed the peace process because it was unsustainable. Like the peace process was incredibly unpopular by the late 1990s because of that. So to pretend that like that, as long as we can make a deal with Hamas is insane. What people demand of Israel is to make a deal with Hamas so that it will be so detrimental that will make Israel weaker. It's basically demanding a Munich Accord in the Middle East, and it's not going to happen.
I think some people like they live under this illusion that if we just like don't deal with Hamas and we deal only with the bettering of the situation of uninvolved Palestinians and Arab people, then Hamas will just eventually dismantle and disappear because everyone will be better off without them. They will just naturally disappear. But that's never been the case with Hamas and the similar organizations, because they force themselves in. They don't just disappear. They will do anything to stay in power. Just this doesn't make any sense. I think some people apparently still believe this. Like, stop the war, end the settlements, and things will be okay. Like, this is just insane.
Yeah, anytime is as history has shown, as I've certainly seen, anytime Israel shows any weakness at all, attacks follow. I mean that I've heard of the big inspiration for Hamas and why they think that they could win. I'm certain backing for Iran also helped, but one of the big reasons why they think they can win is because of the Israeli withdrawal from southern Lebanon in 2000. They see this can work. We can fight and we can win and we can get at least concessions. And I think Israel should probably have withdrawn from southern Lebanon. I think that was rather strange that they occupied it for so long. But then in response, what did they get for that? They got the second Intifada, which is what happened immediately afterwards. And it's... Well, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Keep going.
I was just going to say, it's this thing that I think... we're at this unfortunate place because in the 1990s, late 90s, there was a genuine, and the early and late 90s, there was a genuine attitude for peace among Israelis, for sure, and potentially some Palestinians. I don't think Yasser Arafat ever had any intention of going to peace. I think he was lying out of his ass, but that's besides the point. But there was a genuine attitude for Israelis to have peace. The Second Intifada killed that, and now we're at a place where I think both the Israelis and the Palestinians both believe that if they fight the other, they can win. And the simple reality is that the Palestinians, I do genuinely believe that most Palestinians do believe that they can fight Israel and that they can win against Israel. But the reality is that they can't. They can't win against Israel because Israel is winning.
No chance unless they somehow create a third world war.
The settlements, because Israel is currently winning, before October 7th. The settlements will keep going up. They will annex Area C, and eventually they'll annex Areas A and B, and then albeit, and it may take 100 years, it may take 25, it may take a third Intifada may happen, but at the end of the day, Israel will win and the Palestinians will lose. And Palestinians must accept that the wars end in negotiations and settlements. Not colonial settlements, but negotiated settlements. But it's at the same time, it's a little hard to have a negotiated settlement with a group of people whose stated position is you all die and disappear.
Well, no, not exactly. We can negotiate how we are gonna die or disappear.
Wait a second. I wanna try and siege that. You've been really quiet. I just wanna ask if you have anything to add to it. If you've been thinking about anything.
I was thinking a few things that not just related to the future. I don't know, tinfoil hat theory time. I'm sure that you see all those people on Twitter, those tankies and things. I'm sure they're Iranian and Russian plants. I'm sure it's all Russian trolls, and because they divert the whole Ukraine war into Israel Palestine. It's 100% sure. You see all those accounts suddenly going and thinking they're journalists. Those fake. I'm sure that happens. And not just that, but I think they gotta understand that this whole war, we're just it's not gonna end easily. We can't just end it right tomorrow. The thing is, we could have ended this war in October 8th if we didn't care about civilians, if we didn't care about hostages. But we just continued because we're so careful. We're trying our best. Minimize civilian casualties. We're going as much as possible because it's almost impossible because you don't know where exactly is Hamas hiding in each place in urban areas and tunnels. We're very careful.
Why do you think it is that narrative that Israel does do everything within their power to be humane in this? I'm going to say, why is that just so refuted out of hand so often?
I think it's really impossible, be humane. I don't think there's any humane army. You can't be as humane as
humane warrior per se, but
yeah,
there's no such thing as a humane bomb.
Has there ever been a war in all of human history where two combatants who are fighting each other can really truly say never, never, never have ever harmed anyone who was innocent or shouldn't have been there at the wrong place? It's not.
It's impossible.
It doesn't happen. Yes. And it sucks. Like, it's awful. It's a tragedy. I understand that. Every life is worthy of its own novel in and of itself. I understand that. And obviously, if you're a parent whose child has been killed in an Israeli bombing, it's obviously not what you want to hear. I understand it. I really do. But at the end of the day, not every civilian who dies in a war is a war crime. It's simply not. It sucks, and it's an awful, tragic aspect of war, but that's war. And if you didn't want a war, then you shouldn't fight a war, which I agree with, but Israel did not start the war. Someone else
Israel
did.
didn't start the war, and the thing people don't understand is that Israel, just as the way its existence in the world is being in a situation where people at 18 years old have to conscript to the army. So we get combatants who are like, what, maybe 20, 21 years old. Some of these are very stupid young people, and this is why we see a lot of videos. No, I'm not claiming that every one of those videos of the
Yeah.
IDF soldiers being cringe and idiotic are just like, oh, they're young and stupid. No, obviously some of them are just stupid, period. But you put
or wrong, just wrong.
yeah, you put
Oh, yeah, the one in the
you
mosque,
put a
like,
country, an entire country in this situation, and you expect like the army to be like full of the most like the people most suited to combat and to army service. No, everyone has to serve. So we're stuck in this situation where we can't really like expect the IDF to have like the best face during wartime. So yeah, we see a lot of cringe shit from the IDF.
Well, yeah, and that generation is the generation that grew up under or right after the Second Intifada,
Yep.
where their parents grew up scared shitless of going to eat or going on a bus.
Yeah.
And I was reading at the height of the Second Intifada, this blew me away. At the height of the Second Intifada, almost half of all Israeli adults said that they either had been part of or knew someone, a family member or friend, who had been part of a terrorist attack. Nearly half.
Yeah. I personally had that too. The person didn't die, but they did saw one of the attacks, and it was absolutely terrible. And I do remember the Second Intifada when at night I could hear gunshots because I lived in Jerusalem, and I could hear gunshots from one side or the other of between Gilo and Bet Jala, I think it was. What's the town like? The village next to Bethlehem.
Nablus?
No. There's like another village next to Bethlehem. I think it's Bet Jala. That and like there were literal shots. Like, we could like like, and that was the Second Intifada. And you know, at night, it wasn't a fun time, just to say the least. It was absolutely terrible, for both sides, in fact. But yeah, that's just my contribution.
It's important to hear. I want to know.
What?
I want to know like like your experiences, your stories, because again, I'm coming from an ignorant perspective, and the more I know about.
Oh. Well, I remember in Jerusalem, I was told not to go near buses.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it sounds stupid coming now, like living here in this country, in a European country, in peace. It did have terrorism, but the terrorism by the ETA in Spain was nothing compared to, like, people don't understand when I talk to people what it meant, like this Islamist terrorism. It's not the same. It was never the same. With the ETA, you can actually talk about specific politics. Maybe they were violent criminals, but like they had a certain objective. Like if they could choose not to kill people, they will choose not to kill people. Mostly from optics perspective, they did kill people, yeah, sometimes brutally too, and the same with the IRA, by the way. When it came to Hamas and Islamic Jihad, the whole point was to kill as many people as possible. The logic is completely different. So, like growing up in an environment when I was of fear, when I was told like you can't go near a place where there are like a group of people, You can't go on a bus. You can't go like on this and that because there's always you can't wait in a bus station too much, like or near a bar station, because there could be like a terrorist taking out a gun and just shooting people, which did happen.
Yep.
You know, it's not it's absolutely terrible, and I understand that, and I understand why Israelis went to the right following the Second Intifada. I don't agree with that because I still think it was kind of in my opinion, in criticizing Israel, a kind of an act of a bit of a coward act. Because you don't give up. You have to go on. The terrorists eventually won because they just derailed the peace process. But here, this is beyond solving after this October 7th because what I've seen from October 7th will haunt me for the rest of my life. Like that's beyond even the Second Intifada, and we had lynchings of soldiers in the Second Intifada with all the gruesome like blood and stuff.
Oh yeah, Ramallah.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
but
it's
those
horrible.
soldiers, but they were soldiers, okay? It's bad, but they're still like combatants. They still, in theory, defend themselves with guns. Here it was just random families in their home, elderly people just shot and murdered, like nothing. And like the level and what affected me most, it's not even like the images of gore that came out. It's the fact that they used social media to kind of feel pride on their action, which is an indication, and I already told many people this, it's an indication of the value system that the Gazan people had when October 7th happened. It's not just a bunch of bad apples going rogue or like govern or a tyrannical dictatorship that nobody likes, deciding to mass murder people. It was basically a bunch of Gazans, run-of-the-mill Gazans, many of them part of Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. I'm talking to you, Bad Bunny, right? Yeah, the fan of the PFLP who literally
yeah,
participated
that
in genocide on October 7th, okay? They're also kind of tanky, by the way, and so-called secular.
You don't say.
What?
Oh no, you don't say. Like, I obviously.
Yeah, those people, and many Gazan citizens, they just went and did unimaginable level acts of depravity, and then they would call their parents and call their people and send videos, and they would celebrate, saying, "Look what I did! How fun! Oh, how awesome! I'm awesome! I murdered random families," and yeah. That is that is an indication of a break. I'm really pro peace process. I really am. But in order to have a peace process, we have to do it pragmatically. We can't just wish our way into peace because it's not gonna happen. The only thing that's gonna happen.
And every time we make a step,
Yeah.
like Hamas or Hamas, basically terrorists just derail it. And like again, like
Yeah.
before October 7th, we were in the process of ousting like the current government because they are just resisting the court reform, which would eventually,
Yeah.
with the huge protests that came up, it would eventually oust the government, and we'd make steps
Yeah.
because any government would be less extremist than the current one in Israel. I don't think like we'd have like a colonist government. We're not there yet. But then again, October 7th happens and everything has to slow down, and now we're stuck with Bibi for who knows how long because of this war.
And the worst thing, oh my God, the
how many times
worst
can we
thing.
go through this process of derailing and sticking? Yeah, sorry. No, this is.
I'm just saying, like, some people here, yeah, I understand that Biden isn't perfect. Nobody's perfect. But Biden is probably the best president of the United States when it came to Israel Palestine since I can remember. Probably since H.W. Bush.
I showed you Trump Heights. You didn't like that?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Come on.
We should change it to Biden Heights just to upset him. But anyway, yeah. But like or Bidenia, like Tveria. But like yeah, but the worst thing is that now they're like the anti-war types are asking, and many Muslim Americans are asking to boycott Biden's re-election, which inevitably means Trump will win.
Yeah, it's the
Now,
worst thing ever.
yeah, I can just imagine like what would have happened on October 7th if Trump was in charge.
Oh,
I
no.
don't even want to know. Like I really don't. And I think if there's a God, I thank him every day that it wasn't the case. But like Trump coming in power means Bibi is gonna stay. Uh, Probably. I think Bibi is playing that card. He's gonna resist as much as possible so that November 4th, is it, the elections? Or when, like coming November, when Biden might lose, and then he would have kind of the backing of the United States presidency with Trump to do whatever he wants. And that's the card he's playing. He's not dumb. And the worst thing is that the American left is handing this on a silver platter. It's insane. Like, if I was Palestinian, I would beg them to vote Biden because at least Biden is stopping Israel from doing the worst things possible.
There's
The
definitely more
Israeli
restraint
government.
for sure.
Yeah, but Trump would probably just say, send the mother of all bombs to destroy like all of the
Yeah.
city. Like that's basically what he would say.
So is
He
it
would
because
probably actually he would probably donate those bombs to Israel and order them to use that.
so do you think it's just like pure anti-Bidenism, like Genocide Joe, or to me it feels like just nihilism?
No, that's I don't know what it is. I think it's anti-Bidenism. When they ask Genocide Joe, it's also the demonstration that for the left they never gave a shit about Palestinians. They never did.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, but they don't. If they really cared about Palestinians, they will ask for a two-state solution, and they will say, "No, the Intifada was a disaster. It was a catastrophe. The only thing you did is lose, and we'll lose more and more and more. Hamas must surrender. The hostages must be released, and just build a new possibility for a change because Israelis are open for that. After October 7th, they did open the possibility for a solution. It's gonna take time, effort, a lot of education, a lot of convincing, but it's possible. But in fact, what they care about is let's hurt Israelis as much as possible, and and we're gonna do it sacrificing up to the last Palestinian, because they
This is not
don't
just
because
about
Palestinians are
Israelis.
only useful for as martyr meat.
Yeah, no, that they're throwing everything they have, not only against Israelis. It's been very clear. It's also about Jewish people because
Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely unhinged. Um, like saying now that defunding UNRWA is genocide. Like,
Oh yeah,
what?
Owen Jones is completely. He's unhinged. Like this guy doesn't understand anything. Just
From a man who said he watched all the footage that had been released, I expected some kind of like different attitude, but like you saw the most horrible things that I have seen in my life, and you're just still convinced that whatever your position is, that Israel's the bad. Well, you know what I mean. Like, I would say we're more like waiting things here, but like obviously we have a good guy and a bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, like people can lose wars and move on and build again. Okay, the Germans have it much better now than ever in their history, and despite the fact that they had two empires, and both of them collapsed after world wars, and like it's kind of like funny to me. First of all, there's so many parallelisms between World War II Germany and Gaza, to be honest, because they're both countries or both sides are led by raving, unhinged anti-Semites in bunkers. But when it comes to like, I don't know if you guys saw a documentary called "The World at War."
Sounds very familiar.
It's from 1972. It's one of the best ones I've seen in my life, actually. And there is like a point where they interview like people from the lived the war, and there is a point where they're like talking about the bombing campaigns in Germany, and they asked Germans, like they talked up with Germans, and they were saying like, as Germany was actually losing, they're talking like 1945, early 1945, and like there was a woman who says, well, the feeling wasn't as much, how disastrous. Like, I wish it wasn't. The Nazis weren't in power. It was more like a thug mentality. We gave you power and you promised us the world, and now you fail. That was the feeling, and I think that many Gazans and many Palestinians are feeling that. And I think that that's a start. I don't think it's impossible to build a new or a de-radicalize or Palestine. I don't. We shouldn't expect them to join the Zionist movement either. Okay, as many right wingers demand in Israel, which is insane. But I do think like we can build something new. But first and foremost, Hamas must be defeated.
Yeah,
there
has
is
to
no
be a
other
baseline
option.
of like normality to their lives, like the education and shit like that. You can't de-radicalize people when the most radicalizing force is your government.
Yeah. Like Japan and Germany were smoldering ruins, literally. Like there was nothing. There was no industry. There was no building. Like basic people lived in like dilapidated, half destroyed buildings, like Gaza. Okay, and they just built again and moved on with Marshall Plan, with a lot of money, with aid from the Americans, and less so, but it also existed from the Soviets.
Yeah.
Like they moved on, and we have to.
Thing
Yeah,
is with Islam, and I'm gonna say it. I'm not like this is for the history buffs here. Like I have a feeling because I said it before. I feel like Islam doesn't really have a history of having such great losses with wars. I don't know, like in modern history, I guess that I don't know how many big losses did the Muslim world have before Israel, because I feel like they're not used to
A whole
it.
lot of an empire fell.
They
I
actually
was gonna
had.
say that.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
actually
they-
had like
Yeah, I
the
know, like,
Mongols.
empire, but like but like okay, so except for this really
Iraq
big one,
was invaded.
Are you asking just like for the major defeats that broader Islam has experienced?
yeah, maybe I guess.
I mean, there were
The
so many.
Baghdad, I guess.
I'm sorry.
I
What was
mean,
that?
you can't make that comparison because Islam isn't a unified force. It's not like one country, is
It tries to be.
Yeah, I guess after their empire fell, it's like different, but like I don't know. I feel.
And
like
by the
there's
way, like
something
when the
there, like,
when the
historically.
Ottoman Empire fell, the Arabs were elated because they hated the Turks.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so I might be wrong. I know. I just felt like there's something historically about how they handle defeat.
I don't
There is
think
something. There is
so.
something there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying. Like you're not like wrong, and there is something there. I'm just trying to put my finger on it as well because I've had similar thoughts. Like I had said before, like Islam as a movement, as a religion, hasn't had like I don't think like the major humbling experience that you might be looking for. Not like
Not like the Jews. That's what I was
Well,
saying.
that's
Yeah.
true. In 1967.
okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Like the Pan-Arabism, like obviously the death of that, I think had set everything on this trajectory, I suppose.
'Cause
But
it feels like they always try to come back to these days where Islam was to the conquering of days of Islam. I feel like.
Yeah,
You see,
the
it-
Ba'athist.
Well, you see, it's interesting
yeah.
because well, that's the thing. It's interesting because we shouldn't get stuck in this idea that that sometimes some people do, that they've always been this way, sort of idea. I mean,
Yeah.
back in the 1950s, like they're fighting Israel constantly, but like Egypt was famed for its movie stars. and it's famed for its cinema industry. I mean, there's that famous video that you may or may not have seen that of like President Nasser like laughing at how stupid the Muslim Brotherhood is, like how dumb they are because they wanted him to like have all women be veiled, and he was just laughing at him like, you can't even keep. Like, I saw your daughter at the college, and she's not wearing a veil. You can't even keep your own daughter veiled? Like, you think I can keep 4 million women veiled? What are you talking about, idiot? And there's that famous video. And, of course, Beirut, before the Civil War, was called the Paris of the Middle East. It was famed for its nightclubs. And Iran, under the Shah, before, in the 60s, was one of the most progressive states in the Middle East. And Afghanistan was famed for its... was a famed vacation area for hippies because of its cannabis and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, the hash.
It's... I mean, it is partially Saudi Arabia's fault because they were their little Arab Cold War, as it's coined, against Nasser and Pan-Arabism and Arab socialism, against Wahhabism, as it's called, the sort of turning back the clock, pretty much, as it is. And that's kind of become the dominance, has led to Islamization all across the Middle East, even back in 2014, I remember a thing, how at the height of the Islamic State, talking to people, and they found that the most of the people who, that was a big controversy, was people running off to go and join and fight for the Islamic State. And one of the biggest countries to have, among the Middle East, one of the biggest countries to do that was Tunisia. And like Tunisia, is, it's not like Syria. It's not a dumpster fire failed state. It's like, reasonably prosperous. It's fairly wealthy. Was the only country that came out of the Arab Spring pretty well off, even though it suffered some backsliding as of recent years. But it's, they're finding out like the majority, they talk to people like on the streets of Tunisia and in the capital Tunis. It's like, what do you think of the Islamic State? Do you think what they're doing is right? And a lot of them would say like, well, I don't think that what they're doing is good, but I don't think how they're doing it is good, but I think at the end of the day, what they're doing is a good thing. I just have disagreements on how they're going about it. And I feel like it's kind of the same thing, pretty much. I mean, this is kind of a broader take throughout the whole Islamic world currently. Is unfortunate, but it's the reality. It's like, and again, are the majority of Palestinians terrorists? No, of course not. I don't think anyone except psychos would believe otherwise. Would all of them willingly go out and run off with an AK-47 and go out and kill Jews October 7th style in East Jerusalem? Like, obviously not. But at the end of the day, would they really care? Not really. Or they might even support it, but they won't do it themselves. And that's what makes the idea of a two-state solution so problematic and so hard for normal Israelis to swallow. And of course, it doesn't help that everyone in Israel, everywhere, but certainly in Israel, has seen the videos of, Gazans cheering and having a great party when they brought back the bodies of naked women that had been tortured and murdered. And even before then, even like, about the stabbing attacks were in Jerusalem, like everyone knows, like anytime, like people go out and celebrate in the streets in the West Bank whenever that happens, whenever someone gets killed in a stabbing attack, it's hard. It's this, and it goes back to what I said. It's like, at what time do you stop and look and say, okay, maybe I'm the problem? Like, yeah, Israel might be bad. Yeah, they may be rather strict, but at the end of the day, I need to change before Israel does, because, like I said, I don't think any Israeli government, as much as it pains me to say it, I don't think any Israeli government, no matter how left-wing, would ever agree to a two-state solution.
Yeah,
Certainly not now.
We're not getting to this level of self-reflection until Hamas is gone, at least.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I don't know. It's like, they could ask for self-reflection from Israel too. Like, if Israel is constantly in conflict, why is Israel not doing something to self-reflect?
Oh, for sure.
But like, the issue is like, geopolitics is cruel, and that's something that I have the feeling. For example, from especially like the American left, but also like around in the online left, this idea, if we just cancel Israel enough, Israel will change. All Israel, like, if we scream at the Israelis long enough and demand that they're all genociders and evil people, like and Hassan talked about settler babies, and all that shit, like they will change and will just accept their error of their ways and just accept that their country is a mistake and have to die. But that's not happening. And and Israel, for all the reputation damage that they have since October 7th, especially with the anti-Semitism and the manipulation in media and all this, and the temporary triumph, in my opinion, of Al Jazeera propaganda, it really doesn't matter anyway, because ultimately what matters is hard power and who has actual power in territories. And in the end, Israel is using it. Like for Palestinians, I don't understand what do they expect, that Israel is just gonna gift them a state. I don't know how.
genuinely believe yes. Like,
They don't. I don't think they can, because they say Israel doesn't want to give us a state. So
Well, it's like
yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, it's like what I said. I genuinely do believe most Palestinians think that they can fight and that they can win. And like I said, that ain't
But
happening.
they
I'm sorry.
aren't. They just aren't. Like they can see around them. The entirety of Gaza is razed to the ground because of bombings and war, and it's all smoldering ruin. And on the other side, Israel is pretty much unscathed. So, like, how can they possibly? I don't think they are really. And we're talking about the Palestinians in Palestine, okay, who live also in a dictatorship, and they don't have a lot of freedom of expression. I'm talking about people in the West.
Oh yeah,
How,
those people.
how can How can you see both sides and say, yeah, the Palestinians are doing well. They should just keep at it.
Because they're idiots. They don't have any idea what they're.
Yeah, they don't even live in the Middle East. That's the problem. Like they're so far away from the whole conflict. They don't understand how things go here. Like they think it's just black and white. Like you just can.
It's
You know-
it's this lens of seeing the entire world through the view of the oppressor versus the oppressed. I
Exactly.
don't like this idea. I mean, I understand, like, especially liberals. Like, it is an inclination with liberals to always support the underdog, to support the side that looks the most oppressed. But at the end of but really, it just doesn't work. It doesn't come down like that. And again, it's the oppressor versus the oppressed. Everything the U.S. is the oppressor. Therefore, everything the U.S. does is bad. Therefore, everything Russia and China does is good. And it's that simple.
So basically, what you're saying is that if there is a war between South and North Korea, and the United States sides with the South, then North Korea invades the South, then North Korea good?
Yes, unironically,
Yeah,
yes.
They'll get all the sympathy.
I'm telling you, yes. There are crazy people out there.
Well, I'm talking from the
again,
liberals, not from the tankies.
No, I'm serious. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
Even
believe
from the
so.
liberals,
I
I
can't-
don't think they're. No, I agree. I don't agree.
I don't think that there are liberals like would say, yeah, but North Korea is the underdog, so we're gonna side with them.
Yeah, have you seen the one of the tweets with the occupied South Korea? Like.
Oh my god, really? I
Oh,
haven't seen
Korea.
that.
Have we
There were
gone
people
there?
simping over Venezuela back when we were having a diplomatic fight against Nicolas Maduro when his
Maduro.
protest against him.
Oh yeah,
Maduro.
in Guyana.
There are people
I think.
simping over Venezuela.
Okay, to be honest, when it came to like Guaido and all that bullshit, like it was incredibly cringe, because it was kind of like, who is the less, like one side was kind of a crony, corrupt, pseudo-socialist president, and the other was a crony, illegitimate, self-proclaimed president, and like
Well, to be
people were
fair,
hysterical, and it was
That
weird.
Guaido guy did fuck it all up because he decided
Yeah.
to boycott the election, which is fucking stupid. Why did you do that?
But it's like
That never
his
works.
whole movement, like Guaido and what's his name? Well, he actually lives in Spain now. Yeah, the guy was exiled. Yeah, the Venezuelan opposition is cringe. Like I'm sorry, it's sad, but it's true. but that's besides the point. The problem is that people actually like. It's sad that people believe, or people just are so delusional that they just don't see the writing on the wall. Um, and it's quite after this week when you saw the ICJ last week when you saw the ICJ sentence, like provisional methods that didn't oblige Israel to do really anything. After the UNRWA debacle that is we are seeing before our eyes, which by the way Japan and France are also defending it. After all this, the only thing that I see is it's becoming worse and worse and worse for the Palestinians the more resistance they do. So, like, I don't understand. It's beyond me. It's really beyond my comprehension. I'm sorry. Like, I may be repeating this all the time, but it's like,
But does it fall into the going back to like Islam? Does it kind of? Do you think it falls into that martyrdom? Like we'll fight because there is a fight to be had, whether we win it or not.
oh yeah, no, yeah.
I agree.
Martyrdom
Yeah.
culture is absolute evil.
So
I mean,
that's
it's
what it
just
feels
like-
like for me.
What was the thing I kind of mentioned with Iran? It's just like we think that they're reasonable actors. Like, well, no, they're not. They're crazy. They think, who cares if they all start a war that triggers a massive Middle Eastern conflict? If they die, they're all going to go to paradise, whatever the hell they believe. So
Yeah,
it's just like, why-
martyrdom.
yeah, so why were they? So they're not reasonable. That's what
Well-
kind of goes back to what I said with Iran.
There was this one heartbreaking video. It's a Palestinian woman and her child have received a heart transplant from an Israeli donor. I don't know if anyone has seen that before. No.
Sure.
So the
I'm sure it's real.
they follow up with the mother after the surgery and the child's like recovering, and she's like, "Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so grateful for the donor." And then they ask her,
Yeah, I know which one you're talking.
and they ask her like, "Oh, what do you like when your son grows up? What do you hope he will become of him?" And
Oh,
she's
yeah.
like, "I hope he becomes a martyr."
Martyr.
Jesus.
And I'm like, not only
Like
was it
this.
not only was it from like a Jewish donor, which is like a total like I'm like that would be like a healing moment, you know. But no, it was just like I hope he grows up to be a martyr for however long that takes. He could be 2 years old, and you know.
It also doesn't help that the people that they killed on October 7th on the Gaza border weren't like, because everyone screams and rees about settler colonialists. It's like, you do realize though, like, well, first of all, that
Most of
border
them are
was the
leftists.
47th ceasefire line. Yeah, exactly. They were like,
Sympathetic, yeah.
Who again?
Middle
I'm sorry, I went to the
The
bathroom.
people on the Gaza envelope that they murdered on
killed.
October 7th.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or-
but
or-
I'm sorry, who is accusing them of settler colonialists?
Extreme
everyone.
leftists. You
Just
know, the people on
everyone,
the
Yeah,
The
correct.
people
Ah,
who
yes.
say about, like, you know, the people who say all of Israel is like, and all Jews are settlers.
Yeah, of course. And like Have you seen this spot? Do you know who Adin is?
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
IDF soldier.
Have you seen his spat with Baden Panada?
Oh
No.
yeah, bad
Oh, yeah.
Is this,
Horrible
if it's
person.
Twitter bullshit, then I'm trying to stay away.
Okay,
No,
yeah,
no,
it's
I
bitter
just-
bullshit, but
Sorry,
still,
you-
it was absolutely hilarious because it was like Baden Panada is this insane.
I know who it is. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know this guy.
So he's from Argentina, okay, and he was like, "You're settler colonialist. All of Israel is settler colonialist." It's like, okay, and what the fuck do you think Argentina is? Like, are you
Exactly.
fucking? There is no American country in the Americas, not a single one that isn't more less settler colonialist than Israel. It's way more. It's even way worse. Like the Argentina not only had are descendants of colonials from Spain. They are also like migrants from Italy, Jews, Spaniards, and all kind of people. And in order to make space for them to work, actually they went to work in like basically like the Pampa and Patagonia. What do you think happened to the indigenous population from those areas?
Got
No.
massacred.
I wish. Yeah, they weren't pushed away. They were massacred.
They were
Okay.
Oh, they got.
Yeah, the Mapuche, I think.
Well, the
That's one of
Mapuches
the-
still survive in Patagonia because it's still kind of sparse.
Not
But
a lot.
the Pampas, oh my God, the Pampas are really rich lands. Like they left, and in fact, when some Jews arrived and built, Jewish villages like Moisés Ville, Actually, the gauchos, the local like ranchers of sorts, they will murder Jews because they were upset for the fact that Jewish migrants were settling in land that they just a few years before kind of cleansed from indigenous people. They wanted it all for themselves. So it was kind of like, I don't know, like even like when you have move out of Israel and just settle anywhere else, and even then like they will be massacred.
Just live in Russia. Just go to that Jewish autonomous oblast thing they made.
Oh yeah, of course. Let's go to this Jewish reservation that Stalin
Yeah.
prepared for us.
Yeah, let's go to the even though the fact that almost the first Aliyah was Jews fleeing the Russian Empire, but let's go back. Let's just do it.
Well, Putin is a world leader that is magnanimous and loving
Oh,
freedom.
of course.
Which, by the way, Owen Jones yesterday said that South Africa, and specifically I didn't mention the president, but South Africa with his President Ramaphosa, who was literally condemned by the ICC for enabling genocide. He is the leader of the free world.
Oh yeah, that thing. It's horrible.
For fuck's sakes, genocide is bad, guys. Only if the Jews do it. I don't know.
He saved Putin's ass from the ICC. Like he just prevented him from going, Ramaphosa.
Is Ramaphosa or Ramaphosa?
Ramaphosa, I think. I don't know how to exactly pronounce it.
Well, a dumpster.
Yeah. He defended. He let Omar al-Bashir to be free. Okay, he the president of Sudan who did the genocide in Darfur. Actually, it's still going on.
Yeah.
Omar al-Bashir, he visited South Africa after he was literally condemned for genocide. Okay, I think it was the ICC or the ICJ. I don't remember which one. And he just refused arrest. And the ICC actually sentenced Ramaphosa for enabling genocide and collaboration in genocide. That's how bad this. But he is the leader of the free world, apparently. That's insane. The level of unhinged. I really am surprised.
It's BRICS. The BRICS strategy to destabilize the West.
Yeah, well. I kind of do like Lula da Silva, though. I know it's a bit controversial, but it's still more democratic than the alternative, to be honest. But I just wanted, if you want to talk about this, about the asset Jews, the tokenized Jews, which is one of the big things that I noticed. I think there is a break in that sense from the Jewish communities when it comes to tokenized Jews and
the good Jews.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The real Jews, actually.
Yeah.
Some are actually fake.
Yeah, but we're talking about real ones and I think it started immediately after the October 7th attacks when I don't know if you know who Hassan Piker and Ethan are.
Yeah,
okay?
obviously.
That was terrible. I was so sad.
Yeah, that debacle. And I think Ethan wasn't understanding what Hassan was saying.
Ethan is not such a political person. He was just unaware of.
Yeah,
he has his criticism against Israel, but I get
true.
him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he and Hila received, his wife received terrible abuse by Hassan's fandom and the online left. And Hassan won that conversation where he was unapologetic with that and said I can control my chat room, which is false. I was actually blocked from it.
I might be misremembering, but didn't he kind of try to defend his chat, trying to kind of criticism
exactly.
towards him?
He blamed Ethan basically. He's like, Ethan, the way you're acting, why should I be responsible for people reacting?
Yeah, we're trying to educate you. That's
yeah, and one of the things that Ethan wasn't getting, in my opinion, is that like the only reason Hassan had any relations with him is because he was useful as a token. The moment he stopped being useful as a token and started replying and saying no to his diatribes, then he basically received the abuse, which is the modus operandi of all anti-Semitic movements. Tokenized Jews are really sad and pathetic people who have no self-respect, no dignity, and deserve no respect from us because in the end they're just enabling the oppressors and enabling the tyranny, like you know, like I don't know how to use it, but like basically they're basically enabling the people who want to destroy us, and they will destroy them. In fact, they will probably destroy them first, and we've seen it. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, actually, there's actually another known tokenized Jew. Well, not very known. Like in Destiny's, I think she talked with him. She's called the Cathy. Like.
Oh my god, I've seen that
Yeah,
one.
the-
Oh my god,
the range
that was
left is
horrible.
like-
I had like a very short exchange with her on Twitter, and she blocked me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, like she claims she's Israeli. I don't know. Like it's so weird.
I
Like,
believe her. No, I
it's
think
t-
she's Israeli, but she's very unhinged.
Yeah, she's very deranged. Like her takes are terrible, just against Destiny. Like the whole thing. Yeah.
She does this thing that I really, 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 really hate.
No, she debates
Which is
in very
like-
bad faith, and she's very toxic the way she does it. That's the most,
Yeah, but it's
that's the
like
thing
this
that
this
most,
thing. This she does this thing where she's like, "Oh, you said this? I can't believe. Oh, I need to now waste my time explaining to you my arguments. Oh my god, it's so painful. I hate when people do this."
The reiteration of what she was saying because she thinks Destiny's an idiot.
Yeah.
Well,
Or just to be a cunt, to be honest. She was just being real like bitchy.
To be
Yeah,
honest, you know
like,
what,
but I
guys?
hate-
Do you want to stay on like tokenizing Jews, or like, because I feel like it's going towards like a question that I wrote for myself if it becomes like relevant, but like the importance of like influencers on this discourse online, because I feel like we're
Oh,
going
yeah.
this direction.
Sorry that.
Oh, definitely.
There's
Yeah.
one thing I want to say. Like.
Oh yeah, go on.
About it's not tokenized Jews. That's actually fake Jews. If anyone heard of Talia Talia Ben-Hora, you know, that anarchy girl that keeps going and protest against.
Not sure.
She has a history, you know, against cops. You know, the Antifa, you know, in United States. So now, like, you know, she joins like against Israel, you know, pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas protests, and she's not actually a Jew. She actually has, I think her mom is insane. Like, I've read that she's actually some kind of, you know, witch religion. Like, she's
Oh,
wicked.
Wicca?
She's not,
She's wicked.
yeah, that thing. Like, it's so funny. Like, you
facts.
discover that.
Interesting.
Yeah, like those people are just fake Jews, not
I don't know.
real Jews.
I don't think there's any anything Wiccan about it, because Wiccan people, like, I know a bit about Wicca. I think these people are usually very neutral. They don't really go. It's like the Skyrim elders. There, what the fuck are they called? On High Hrothgar, they don't.
Greybeards.
Yeah, I mean, I met
Greybeards,
a couple of weekends in my life, and they're kind of chill. Yeah.
Yeah, but like not because she's Wiccan, because you know, like she has a history, you know, like deranged, like calling herself Jew. Like she's not even Jew.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
problem.
But like, but
Fake Jew.
on the topic of tokenized Jews,
Yeah.
I wanted to just talk a bit about the intellectual tokenized Jews, which
Oh,
I
yeah.
think are the most annoying of them all. We're talking about, like, I call them. I think it's like the bifecta of of tokenism, which is or the trifecta, to be honest, which include like Ilan Pape,
Oh,
Finkelstein,
this guy, yeah.
Finkelstein, and what is called Schleim. Even though
Chomsky
Schleim,
even?
well, Chomsky is
I was going to say
it's
Gabor
not
Mate
Israeli.
also.
Oh yeah, Gabor Mate, that guy.
But yeah,
Even his son.
again, let's call it
Tetrarchy.
quadruple. Yeah, the tetrarchy of Jewish tokenism. Even though, like, Chomsky never used the as a Jew argument ever. Even though, like, Chomsky did defend Pol Pot, he did defend Milosevic, he did defend Hezbollah. really a leftist guy. But yeah, like Ilan Pape is one of the most annoying things that I've seen a lot, because I myself am a professional. I had a history degree and all this, and worked on this in academia. And like, if I never in my life would publish a book like him. I never would have imagined to publish that, which is unethical. The idea of
Yeah.
just manipulating sources, of not citing them adequately in between and changing the citations between the English and the Hebrew versions. The like, it's absolutely crazy. Of course, because the Hebrew version, by the way, it's a bit better. I think it has better citations because, of course, Hebrew Israeli scholars are actually do the job of walking into the archives and checking if it's true. But even then, it fails. You have Norman Finkelstein, which is absolutely unhinged. But like, of course, those are the people who are cited. Avi Schleim was interviewed by Owen Jones for talking about how Zionism is wrong and evil and all this. And like, first of all, yeah, you could have your opinions as an historian, but if you're gonna ask an historian, isn't it better to just ask about the events and how, like, the theory, instead of like asking like, is Zionism good or bad? Like, that's really not something a historian can answer or should answer, in my opinion.
A lot of these guys who have parents that survived like the Holocaust and atrocities that are Jews, I almost feel like it's like this I don't tell me I lost it. It's like the parents have instilled within like this survivor's guilt that they're passing on to their kids.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Maybe.
Yeah, like
Maybe.
Norman Finkelstein, with
His parents
his
every
book.
time.
Yeah, with his Industry of Holocaust, that book, just terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible.
I haven't read it, so I can't give my opinion. I don't know if any of you guys read it.
I haven't, but it's just the pattern when I see them speak, especially Finkelstein. I think Finkelstein is like the biggest offender because he'll always be like, "My parents didn't survive the death camp, so that I could blah 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 blah." And I'm like, I understand. I feel it's like it's a blessing that your parents survived some of the most atrocious things that humanity has ever done to one another. But at the same time, for them to instill like those values of just like, it's not taking it for granted. It's like I'm trying to put it into words better, but I feel like you see what I mean. I think it's from their parents that they get this ideology around Israel and just being a Jew.
Oh, by the way, there is this guy who is like a Holocaust survivor, but he was really like talking really like anti-Israel stuff. And what Mate?
Oh yeah,
Gabor
Gabor Mate. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of him actually when I was describing the trifecta of tokenism. He is quintessential token. Like, and by the way, yeah, he survived the Holocaust as a baby, and I think he wasn't even in any occupied land. He was basically a refugee. Which I'm not saying it's not important, and his insight on that matter isn't important because he lost family and stuff. But dude, like, this idea of like you having insight into Israel-Palestine geopolitics because you are a Holocaust survivor is insane. You and your grandson or son, I don't know if he's a son, we also really like into activism.
He's in the gray zone, I think, actually.
Oh yeah, the
Gray
zone
Zone.
guy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how you call
And
it?
it's like, no, please, just like, we can have insight into what it means to live genocide, but it's not good enough to, like, you saying Zionism is evil, because just as you could say, as a Holocaust survivor, you don't consider Zionism legitimate. Way more Holocaust survivors actually did consider Zionism legitimate, right? So who is in, like, the majority of Holocaust survivors will say, yeah, Israel is needed.
That's the way I've always felt. I'm like, what Holocaust survivor really wouldn't accept a place as a refuge after the horror? I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
it's so ass backwards to me.
Yeah, there's also his son, like Aaron Mate, also.
Yeah, the Gray Zone guy.
Yeah, also in Max Blumenthal, that guy as
Hate
well.
that fucker.
Yeah, all those people just delusional, weird opinions, as tokenize Jews in those positions.
Well, there's also fame and money involved.
Yeah,
So.
obviously. Like Gray Zone, just it's Infowars for tankies. You can say like conspiracies.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. We can talk about influencers if we want.
Oh,
There's this
Jackson Hinkle, like the easiest one.
who?
Jackson Hinkle, and
Oh,
Syrian
yeah.
Girl and all those people.
I blocked him like day one of this.
Go for it. I
Good,
feel
Yeah.
like
good
these
riddance.
people
Yeah,
are
you did.
just
You did well.
like, ooh.
But then, like, it's inevitable to find a barrage of ignorance and idiocy coming your way. For example, in Spain, there's this guy. Like, I was blocked actually by journalists, a well-respected journalist, progressive type. She's called Maruja Torres, who was constantly citing Quds Network for information. Now, she and there's another guy called Fran Sevilla, who is like he actually received a journalist prize last summer, and he works for the public network of Spain, in fact, according to his own Twitter page at least. And he's constantly doing anti-Israel stuff, citing anti-Israel stuff, in a, like vehement, like there is nothing, like no attempt at you know of some sort of journalistic integrity, of some sort of objective position. Everything is basically journalist activism. Everything is I have to have a position and opinion because otherwise I don't know. Like I really don't understand it, and it's sad because like it's self-destructive in my opinion. If you start citing Quds Network, you just destroyed your entire legacy. Yeah, but in Spain they accept that because they don't know what Quds Network is, or they don't know what you know who are the Euromed Human Rights Monitor, which is basically a lobby group for Hamas, led by people who are literal Hamas stooges in Switzerland, right? They don't know those things, so they cite them and repeat their bullshit. I mean, it's well crafted propaganda, but it's like uncritical. There's nothing, unlike what happened with Russia, where the Europeans were quite quick at stopping Sputnik and Russia Today. And well, did they stop the Gray Zone?
Oh.
I don't know.
Is the Gray Zone allowed in Europe?
I have no idea.
Gray Zone? No clue. All I know, there's like things that happened in Ukraine, like Nefo. People know that those internet trolls, like to
Oh my
counter
God,
the
NATO
Russian
was
trolls.
brilliant.
Yeah, countering Russian trolls. The bots and everything. Like it's kind of genius. Like right now, the problem with NAFO, like there's kind of a split a bit because of Israel Palestine. Like some people think about the oppressor logic, and I think most NAFO are actually pro-Israel. I think I'm not sure actually. Like I've seen a few like really against Israel, but most of them pro-Israel. I don't know.
Maybe, but like that's one of the things I wanted. Like we have to talk about, like when especially the Israelis have to talk about the utter failure of Israel's hasbara and
Yeah.
media
Exactly.
ability. Because like if you see the 1950s and 60s, and yeah, I don't like going back in time and saying, oh, that was good. Like any past time was better than this one. That's not true. But there is an, in my opinion, like the leadership at least, like there is no Abba Eban. There is no, Levi Eshkol or Yitzhak Rabin or Ariel Sharon even. Like there's no like what we have is Benjamin Netanyahu and
No, you have-
Miri Regev.
Yeah, all those
Weird.
clowns, like
Yeah.
Whose own
Vaturi and
quote
Amsalem.
did he justice case against for genocide.
Yeah, like Gottlieb and even like the president, like Herzog, which is like a shadow of, like not like a shadow of his father. It's like, but like even then, like the Hasbara is absolutely disastrous. It's really pathetic. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Like it's amazing that you have like people who are not even Israelis that are kind of a Hasbara, like there's Sarai Dan, the Miss Iraq that pro-Israel because when she had like a selfie with an Israeli model and then sparked outrage in Iraq, and then that's why she went out.
Yeah, I remember.
Those
Yeah.
kind of people, and Yosef Haddad, the Christian Arab.
Oh, okay. He's one of the cringe ones. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of cringe, but kind of shows, the light that there's also what's his name? Oh yeah, Mossab Hassan, the son of Hamas, the
I kinda love
friend.
him.
Oh my god, he's unhinged.
He's
Yeah,
hilarious.
he's really against. Like he's really against Hamas. Like because he's mad
Yeah,
at
but
his
he's
father.
insane. He's
Yeah,
insane.
he hates his father so much.
True, but he's still insane. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Like,
I know.
yeah, but like Joseph Haddad it reminds me of like Arab Israeli Ben Shapiro.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like, but then like you have even like Nas Daily. That's way better than
Oh
than
yeah,
anything else.
exactly.
Or stuff like
And-
that. But like, for example, like the diplomacy on the UN. Yeah, I know the UN is not gonna listen to Israel ever, but still, like this yellow star thing really.
Yeah, that
fuck
was
it.
actually cringe. That was
That's what,
horrible.
yeah, that was just like
I mean, it fit like right now, because of the Holocaust Day, the Memorial Day. That's actually fitting. But back then, when they did
like
that,
not
it was
even
horrible.
that is like I will never imagine putting a yellow star on myself to remember Holocaust Day. Like what the fuck is wrong with that man?
Yeah, that was not really okay. That was weird. Like, I think what they should have done, like at the start, just get the IDF officer, with the laptop, and just show Guterres the videos. Like they should really have tried to do that, but
I feel like there's not enough of a push, to be honest, to show those kind of things. They had the closed screenings, which honestly bother me because this is something I think we should just like inundate the entire world. I mean, for the families, it is going to be tragic, but at the same time, the person that you loved no longer is alive, and what more shame could they possibly have than, if you showed the
Yeah.
video of.
Yeah, I agree, but they're just very cautious about being disrespectful, and plus Judaism has a lot of traditions.
There's the laws
the
about
dead
it too.
body and
It's
stuff.
me kind of just like I'm against that wall of like I had to share the videos with my wife because she didn't track it or follow it like I did, and I'm just like, this is going to hurt you, and it's probably going to change you in a lot of ways. Yeah. And I think that's what is needed, to be honest, because most of the time
I decided I believe this and don't need to traumatize myself more.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah, I stopped at a certain point as well.
Yeah, I
But
understand
like the thing is like when it comes to like going back to like the diplomacy, the diplomatic core of Israel, I was thinking like, would Abba Eban ever like put a yellow star as a gimmick? No. Will he like I don't know. It's like the quality of that just went to the shitter, mostly because of Netanyahu, in my opinion. But yeah, like things have to change.
I've also seen it like I hate how the whole yellow star thing has been also same thing with like when anti-Semite Nazi like has been like totally like made meaningless. I've seen plenty of politicians in the U.S. like put the yellow star on.
Oh
As
yeah.
It's like, we're being oppressed as if we were Jews in the Holocaust, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. Lara Loomer comes to mind if you're familiar with her at all. Anyone?
Who?
Lara Loomer. She
Oh
was
my god, she's so cringe and insane. Yeah.
She I remember she handcuffed herself to Twitter headquarters and with a yellow star on because they canceled her. and I'm like, oh my god, what are you doing?
Oh, I might have heard about it. Yeah, sure.
So I understand where you're coming from for sure. I generally, as a symbol, I don't necessarily. I went to a Jewish private school, and on Yom HaShoah, we put that on, and like we learned all about Holocaust shit. But to just do it as like a political statement, I'm not with it.
Yeah. But if you do it like reenactment of sorts or something like that, of educational thing, yeah, or in or in a movie or stuff like that, of course, it makes sense. But like doing it like for like doing a gimmick, a political or like shock value gimmick in the UN, and everybody's watching this and like, oh my god, like I'm trying like I'm not associated with that man because it's just wrong, and like that's one of the issues I have with Israel, that for years, before October 7th, for many years, they were mostly talking to like speaking to the choir. They had this bubble, and they were just speaking to their own, to people, like agreeing with them, and it's not good enough. You need to develop an argument, like for example Destiny did, that will answer those people, that will answer the malicious arguments from the other side, and instead they didn't, and now we are facing with mediocre diplomatic corps.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I'm back from the bathroom. I wanted to talk about like the foreign relations, our failure with foreign relations with certain countries like Ukraine. That I think we kind of let down. Like, we gave them a cold shoulder when Zelensky wanted to visit Israel, right when this whole thing started, and Bibi was like, not the right time. And instead, we got like, Elon Musk, that Vatnik, the guy that just
so stupid.
He's just doing that, for self-interest. He doesn't really care about Israel. Doesn't really, he's just a Vatnik, just Putin planned. And the sad thing, I wouldn't say the bad thing about it. Like when Gilad Ardan mentioned, about the Iranian drones, like saying that they used it, the Russians use it to attack Ukraine. And then suddenly I see all those quotes that Ukrainians saying, don't put my country into your mouth. Like they're really angry towards Israel because they feel like we didn't help them enough. Like I'm kind of sad to see it because I see people really like saying, hey, we want solidarity with the Palestinians more than the Israelis. Like I'm kind of really sad when you see those kind of people. But not only the Ukrainians. I want to talk about like also the Azerbaijan-Armenia thing, like the intervention of Israel, because they did it because they want to get Azerbaijan's, friendliness for setting bases next to Iran, that's the thing. But problem with that, like, it kind of hurt Armenia, like, when Israel Katz, when he mentioned the Armenian genocide, and people got mad at him because of that, because, Israel and Armenia kind of, because we kind of, quote unquote, help ethnically cleanse them from Nagorno-Karabakh, with the weapons we provide to the Azerbaijanis, the Azeris, yeah.
I mean, from a real politics kind of point of view, I understand it, because maybe they want to appease Russia and Azerbaijan from, like, Turkey is really hostile and Azerbaijan is basically a Turkey puppet. But but like the Russians have a lot of sway in Syria. Syria hasn't attacked Israel, and like maybe they were fearing that. But
civil war as well.
Yeah, it's inexcusable, because like at this point, right? How worse can you possibly get at this point?
Yeah, exactly. Like also about thing about Armenia, the problem with Israel and Armenia is because Armenia is kind of friendly with Iran because they're afraid of them. I'm sure. Also from Russia. That's why they're part of the union, with Russia and Azerbaijan and a few more like Russian border countries, because they don't want to have war with Russia. Like they don't want to lose their support. But now they get disappointed from Russia because of the Nagorno-Karabakh, which is why they're kind of looking for a military alliance with the U.S. Which,
Nagorno what?
Nagorno-Karabakh, the whole republic. I forgot what it's called. The whole conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Right. The thing that never happened before October 7th because nobody cares.
Yeah, and but they keep blaming us about it because the weapons and this whole thing.
Of course, Jews are the cause of all the wars. There was no war before 1947. We all know that.
Yeah, and also, and I've seen videos of the Armenian Quarter in Jerusalem, which they keep saying that Israeli settlers, and it's not only Israeli settlers. I've seen also Arabs, like the Palestinians, I think, also harassing those priests, the Armenian priests. If you see those videos from Save the Ark, like they don't want to lose their whole quarter, the Armenian quarter. Like, so ancient, like, so sacred for them.
Well, to be fair, like I learned about this a bit because I went to Portugal. And apparently the Armenian quarter was basically purchased and handed to the Armenian Patriarchy by Gulbenkian, who, as you know, founded one of the most important museums in Europe. And he was filthy rich. I think he owned like 5% of oil production in the first half of the 20th century, if I'm not mistaken, which is a lot of money. And he bought like a lot of Jerusalem, of the old city of Jerusalem, just handed over to the Armenians especially after the Armenian genocide, because he himself was Armenian. So that I didn't know that actually.
Yeah.
Like I wonder, like that's one of the things I really miss from Israel, like that Israel failed, which is like they never taught me like that part of the history of the city of Jerusalem. Like there is an Armenian quarter, but like, and the rest of the Christians are like on another quarter. Why?
Yeah, exactly. Like very unique. Like because like they claim the first Christians, from 3 AD, I think, like 300.
Yeah, but the reality is like Gulbenkian just bought a lot of the properties and just handed over to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is the same thing basically that Rothschild did when in the first waves of the Zionist movement, and like buying and helping constructing neighborhoods and stuff like that with a lot of the money he had, and Baron Hirsch and other people like that. It's not like unique to Jews. It's also like they're Christians, and I don't know if Muslims also did it. I don't think they did, but yeah.
And the room is silent.
Yeah, I have no clue what else can we talk. Like, I don't know, maybe the ethnic minorities of Israel, like the Druze, the Bedouin. Like, Druze are my favorite people in Israel,
Oh my god, their food is so fucking good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're very, very hospitable, they're very kind.
I never ate, like, one of the best meals I had in my entire life was from a Druze restaurant. It's just, and not even like a fancy one either. It's like just any middle of the road Druze restaurant is probably the best food you can possibly
just like, kind
eat.
of like homemade food,
Soul food kind of thing.
Actually, I think about it. Yeah, the Druze also are evil colonizers because they stole Palestinian food. Did the Druze culturally appropriate Palestine?
it's insane how Druze are like extremely patriotic. Like they're really, they just join the IDF. Like they're really, what I mean.
Yeah, but only the Druze from certain areas, like the Druze from the Golan Heights, for example, they are more loyal to Assad, but
Yeah.
mostly because like they have family on their side of the border, and maybe they are kind of afraid of what can happen. So like I get it. Like I wouldn't demand a lot of them because like it's really uncomfortable with a brutal dictatorship like Assad's.
Yep.
But yeah, maybe they are all token Druze, and
Actually, that kind of reminds me because it's also part of the propaganda against Israel in this day and age, which this has existed for a while. But I'm sure you've seen the videos of the Jews that spit on the Christians or this or that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that thing I saw.
Which obviously, you find like, well, you just think like, what are you doing? And then you look like which Christians or which Jews are spitting on which Christians, and you're like, oh, well, you're not even for this war to begin with. You're pro-Palestinian. You're spitting on Christians. So what even are you?
Yeah. Also, those Jews are like the Haredim. They're the ones from Hunger Gates, Masharim. The really ultra religious, the Orthodox ones. They're not just just secular who do that. Just they're really hostile against whoever is not Jewish. Like they're.
Also, like one of the things we didn't talk about the token as Jews is Naturei Karta.
Oh, exactly. That's
and
good.
The fact that I've been seeing Naturei Karta all over, and of course, like the non-Jews from Europe, and especially Spain, where there's no Jews barely, they would see this and then you see, real Jews are against Israel, and like
when they're the tiniest minority.
Please show me, and they're meant like progressive types, and I have to tell them like, please show me a woman in those Naturei Karta.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, like a single woman, just one, and there won't be because they are absolutely unhinged fanatics who believe that Israel is wrong because they let women talk. Okay, and that's why they're supportive of Iran. And they hate Israel so much. Yeah, fuck them. I don't like. Why should like? It's basically like Daesh, like fucking Islamic State is against America. Let's support them. Like,
have you seen like the I think it's anti-Israel, anti-Zionist like committee in Iran, like in Tehran? That you see those Naturei Karta even they're even part of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like Naturei Karta is all over like the enemies of Israel, and everything is okay to destroy the evil Jewish state that allows gay people to live.
Yeah, it's terrible. Like you see them with the kafiyas and just so projecting, like they keep projecting that.
Actually, that's a good point because it is projection because what goes on in their communities, there's tons of abuse, sexual abuse. Obviously, women they have no fucking say. At least over here, these extreme Jewish sects, Naturei Karta, the Satmar Jews in New York, they abuse the welfare system like crazy. It's
sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah,
but like not even like I wouldn't.
It's like the people that put them up and tokenize them don't know who they're tokenizing. Is what I'm trying.
Yeah, exactly.
To say.
That's the point.
It's so annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, like
they're even more racist and crazy than you would imagine.
Exactly, and like even the Haredi, like they are really a minority amongst the Haredi because most Haredis, even though they are not or they are anti-Zionists, like from what I gather, there is abuse, there is sexism, but there is no this level of abuse that you find in those groups of people. Because there are like in Israel, for example, you will in those communities, you typically do find kind of like if a woman is abused, like they would go to their own internal tribunals and kind of like they won't go to like that's why it's really hidden because they won't go to like the official state. Yeah, they will go to their own tribunals and the rabbis would just say, okay, you get a get, separate the end because it cannot go on and stuff like that. They will do that. But when it comes to Neturei Karta, they are absolutely insane. They are absolutely fanatic beyond belief. That's why we don't
Yeah.
see any single woman in the protest, not a single one, and not even like hidden or something. It's insane. It's wrong that progressive things like this. They show me this. They say, you see, well, fine, good on you. You're supporting like Jewish ISIS. Congratulations.
Yeah, have you seen like the black I think black Hebrews, those people that
Oh, the
claim
Hebrew
they're
Israelites.
oh my god, like have you seen like the protests? Like there's pro-Palestine protests and you see them clashing with them. Just so funny to see it from the side. Like those two people are just you dislike
You know
so
what? I've met a
much.
few of them, and you know what? They're aside from hating me because I guess I'm white passing or whatever. They
Yeah.
ain't that bad.
Yeah, but it's still funny seeing them like fighting against, those pro-Palestine.
Oh my God! So imagine like what it called Black Israelites.
Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites.
Oh yeah, the Hebrew Israelites versus Nation of Islam.
Oh.
Like, that will be
What is
like
this?
basically
What is this?
that will be amazing. I don't know, like
Yeah.
horrible but amazing. Like
Yeah.
yeah, but still like. And by the way, just to be clear, I'm also against the tokenization of Israelis and Jews by the right.
Yeah.
Because
Mm.
I've seen it when Bolsonaro won in Brazil a few years ago, like years ago, and there was like people waving Israeli flags, and the same in Argentina now with Milei. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Just stop! It's not your country. Leave us alone. Like I don't want to be associated with those people.
Yeah, it's weird. Like Malay, I don't know what to explain. Like he's deranged. Like he's a weird guy. Like
I thought he was
not
schizophrenic. He had an episode, and then we just forgot about it.
yeah, like he's not like he doesn't feel like a threat like in a way of Trump or those
He,
kind
he
of people in
has a council of dogs.
yeah, like Trump, Trump is dangerous. Like the problem is like the amount of MAGAs, and also Groy Pairs. If people heard about it, those kind of people, like the trolls, like really anti-Semitic trolls, those kind
But
of people
that's
like
but
Nick
like
Fuentes.
the use of Israeli flags and Israel by those people. I blame the Israeli government for that because they were the ones who were actually promoting those links, and they were
Yeah,
the ones who wanted to like have any alliance at any cost to promote and like to justify and whitewash the settler project in the West Bank, and like it backfires and it's wrong, and I really hated that because why the fuck do I need to be associated with a man like Bolsonaro, who is an authoritarian anti-Semite, who was an agent of the Brazilian dictatorship, and like the only reason he supports Israel is because he needs more votes from the evangelical lunatics who live in Brazil.
yeah,
Like why? Why do I need to be associated with a man like Milei, who is whitewashing the regime that probably murdered the largest amount of Jews in the West since the Nazis, which is the Argentinian dictatorship. And like it says like the Argentinian dictatorship was bad, but the people fighting against them were just as bad. Like trying to like make false equivalency for a regime that massacred 3,000 Jews for being Jewish. I
yeah,
don't. Yeah, it's and then he like waves an Israeli flag. Like fuck you, we don't need you. Go to hell. You and your stupid council of dogs where like the souls of Ayn Rand and Rothbard are inhabiting. And I'm not joking, by the way, it's true.
I believe you.
No, it's yeah. Believe
yeah,
it because it's true. It's true. It's confirmed. They had like a council of cloned dogs where a medium goes and talks to them um because like through the dogs like the souls of Ayn Rand, Milton Friedman, Rothbard and von Mises inhabit, yeah, and that's where he gets his economic ideas.
I mean, he's wiser than I ever was. So That's what I should do. I should
Yeah, I
start
think
doing
he's
that.
from a
Holy
forum.
shit.
Like he's from the internet forum. Economics forum. Like he's a known member there. Like he's really weird. But also there's what's his name, Geert Wilders. The Dutch guy.
Oh yeah, another douche.
Yeah, he's also a Vatnik. Like that's the problem. Like all those right wings. Like it's weird that they're pro-Israel and pro-Russia. Like so weird. Like also there's a guy in Spain. The Abascal.
The
it's
Vox
called?
guy, yeah.
Yeah, Vox guy. That guy. He also visited
Abascal.
Israel. Yeah, this
Yeah.
guy. Yeah,
Well,
just
the right wing in Spain
terrible.
generally does support Israel, which is a big change actually, because back in the
Oh
day,
yeah, my man.
yeah, in the early 80s, generally politics in Spain were really hostile to Israel because
Yeah.
the geopolitics of Spain is really pro-Arab, and they still are actually.
Yeah,
Like,
sadly, like Sanchez, because he cares more about like the state of Palestine. Doesn't even care about Israel. Also, what's his name? The Belgian.
yeah, the Prime Minister of Belgium.
Yeah, also him. Just terrible. Just they don't even care about like two state. They just care about recognizing state of
Not
Palestine.
really, not really. Like what Spain cares about, what Sanchez cares about is to keep a coalition from falling apart, which is really, really fragile.
Yeah.
And in fact, like this, like they have the left-wing Sumar party, who is rabid, like unhingedly anti-Israeli.
Oh yeah, there's actually that one Palestinian, the Christian Palestinian thing from
Yeah.
Valencia, I think. That one.
Yeah,
that has the
she's a
triangle.
minister. Yeah, she's a minister.
Ah.
And another minister was during the October 7th attack was an MEP, like a European parliamentarian. He refused to condemn Hamas, and he's the minister of culture. And Sanchez has to do all these, politicking in order to keep a coalition alive, because he knows that the moment that his government falls, he knows he's not going to be re-elected, because he needed to give an amnesty to the Catalan nationalists to be in power. So he's trying to keep everything in balance. And on top of that, Spain has a lot of money invested in the Arab world. A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Complex
only-
politics. Like really,
Yeah,
someone non-Spanish, it's really hard to understand. Like this whole interest of the Arab world, like Palestinian state and the whole obsession.
So this is why like it's not as bad as Ireland, for instance.
Oh yeah, Ireland is so
insane.
cringe. Like they obsessed with Palestine because the common struggle against British colonialism, but they forgot that Irgun and the Jewish militant groups, they actually helped each other against the British. So yeah,
it's hilarious.
That one actually hit a lot harder for me because I'm a lover and enjoyer of like Irish like lore and history, and really wanted to go visit there one day. I've traveled a little bit, and it was always like one of my spots to go. And now I'm like, I think I'm going to pass on that one for a while.
Yeah,
long
it feels
while.
bad.
I really do.
It really sucks because it's such a look. I feel like actually about traveling altogether in some ways. I'm like, there's so many places that I planned to go, and now I'm like, I see the reaction that they have to the conflict, and I'm like, might not be a good idea. Especially with a wife and a kid. I'm just like, I don't know if it's gonna just work out.
Yeah, thing is, in Ireland, there's actually a very minority group of Zionists, like pro-Israel, like very tiny. Because the problem is, like Ireland's like parliament, I think they're controlled by many like socialists. Like there's crazy people like Daley, that Mick Wallace and Daley, those two, which is just a problem for Ireland. Like they don't represent Ireland. That's the problem. Like you have like. I think it's called Sinn Féin. That's the party.
Yeah,
that's
Sinn Féin.
the most problematic party of Ireland. Like really terrible.
I don't know. Like from an economic, political standpoint, I would probably support Sinn Féin if they were, respectful of my human rights. Which sadly, yeah.
Yeah.
I myself, for example, in Spain, I'm tending to the Socialist Party right now, mostly because I can't, like, I have no space in the left. I am hated. I'm hated by by Vox for being gay too. So, like, like on the far left and the far right, I'm absolutely detested. Um, and yeah, I wouldn't support the conservatives because they're basically a mafia. So, so yeah. So basically, that's what I'm left with. But yeah, I mean, like I guess like this is what they said like before. There are many left wingers who are pro Israel because they know really well what are the values of the other side, and they're really antithetical to what everything the left believes. But they can't say it online because or openly because there is a bunch of like I don't know, Revolutionary Guard, like red book wielding lunatics who are screaming at anything that is remotely, even conceding to the Israelis. Which brings me to the reaction many on the left here and elsewhere in Europe had when they suddenly saw a massive anti-right wing protest, anti-AFD protest in Germany, wielding Israeli flags, and they had a meltdown.
You know what's the most ironic thing? Like Germany, for example, Austria and Germany, like the leftist parties are like more like pro-Zionist, like they're pro-Israel, because I think it comes from the whole Holocaust pain. Like they feel like they regret, they feel like some kind of shame, even though it's their grandparents and they don't have a straight up connection with them, because like modern Germans are really don't live in that that mentality, like the whole anti-Jewish, like they really just feel like a modern Germany, outside of the whole Holocaust, like the whole Nazi Germany, if you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, but also it's because like German-speaking tankies are basically voting for the AFD.
yeah, AFD is like the far right.
Yeah, but like if you see like where is their strength, like the voting strength, it's literally like East German provinces.
Yeah, like that's where the tankies, like the
Yeah.
communist terrorists came from, like the RAF, I think, and all those
And
terrorists.
also
Well,
the-
it's mostly like the nostalgics.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's bring Honecker again. Even though Honecker, like he fled to Chile, like, weirdly enough, to
Yeah,
avoid.
also, what? Oh, yeah, about Antifa. Actually, in Germany, there's actually an Antifa movement that is actually very pro-Israel, like the
Yeah, and that's what
anti-German.
like
Yeah,
people are losing their shit. Like they were saying that those the anti-fascist protests in Germany are really fascist because they don't hate Jews in German and Israel, and it's like, okay, yeah,
yeah, and it originated from Germany, the Antifa, right?
yeah, that's like the most weird. Like I don't know, Germany and Italy, I think.
Yeah, and the insane thing about Germany also, because the ICG, the whole thing, that Germany is the one that defends us. Like they say that they will defend us against the ICG court if something
Yeah,
happens.
and it's a left-wing government also. Like people like like really like saying like Germany is you had like Namibia saying like the Germans like they committed genocide and therefore they have no say in this. And like what they're talking about, like the Germans owned it all up. They own it so much. Like nobody can tell the Germans anything at this point because
they just paid like 2 billion euros in reparations to the Namibia for the genocide.
yeah, like seriously, it's they have no moral standpoint at this point. Like
Yeah, it's so weird. Like Germany, like the country that where Nazi Germany everything happened. Like suddenly they're like the most pro-Israel country, the most pro-Jewish country. Like it's insane. Yeah.
well, makes sense. They were denazified.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's so insane. Like the whole world's like, wow. Like
Which is
Where
why
Listen,
one
listen.
day, when Palestine is defeated and like reoccupied, and there is a denazification or the radicalization in Palestine, you'll suddenly find, like 70 years down the line, Palestinians defending Israel to the death.
And on
yeah, there's
that,
actually
on that,
pro-Israel people.
actually, on that positive note, listen, guys, this was insanely amazing. I'm actually stunned at how well this whole panel was going. But alas, every good thing has to end at some point, and I'm actually
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I guess
so
it's
happy.
late.
I'm so you have no under don't you can understand. Like I actually okay. Let me tell you what I thought is gonna happen. In this panel, I thought I'm gonna bring a bunch of different guys who don't know each other, and there's gonna be like insanely long amounts of silence, and that we'll actually have to stick to like a list of topics, which like I'm good with having a list to fall back on, but I was afraid this is all it's gonna be, like a very, I don't know, like structured thing that's the and kind of like boring. But this was amazing. Like you guys kind of took over the conversation, which is what I wanted to have a bunch of Jewish people just talking.
You got a bunch of Jews together, and we always kibitz. So
Yeah, מתקבצים לכם.
Yeah.
And like
Actually, there's one thing I want to say. Like, there's actually voices of moderate Palestinians. Palestinians who don't want to
Yeah.
hate Israel. It's like there's John Aziz, I think.
Yeah.
This guy, and there's Khalil something. I can just link you all those Twitter accounts.
You're right.
Yeah, definitely. We have to say this. Yeah.
I'm really happy that we have like, because the reason I did this is that we have a bunch of Jewish people talking, having fun, in a time where and just having other Jewish people see that at a time where a lot of people feel lonely and stuff.
I learned a lot too, and I appreciate that.
The same,
Yeah.
I'm just like shutting the hell up and listening and kind of like absorbing the intelligence and the intellectualism, which I'm happy. This is what I wanted.
I really thank you for the opportunity too, because
Yeah,
we
thanks.
really need those spaces to
Indeed.
express.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing that again. So like, I'm not closing the group, the server. Hopefully next time we'll have new people. Who knows? Like I think we're not like there's no like shortage of things to talk about. But yeah, I need to sleep, guys. At some point, I need to
Yeah,
sleep.
makes sense.
And,
Yeah.
I know I've been putting off chores.
Yeah, I'm so happy we did that, guys. You've all been really good. You've been great. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate each and every one of you. And thanks everyone who's been watching. We'll definitely do this again, and next time I'll give a heads up in advance, because this time I was just like, today there's the panel, because I wasn't sure if it's gonna even happen. Like I until like the last moment I didn't want to be like, yeah, it's gonna happen, and then suddenly people can't show up and stuff like that. I didn't know. And then now I know, so yeah, we'll have another one of these, maybe more. And yeah, for the viewers, I really hope you enjoyed listening, and I'll see you all guys. I'll see you guys next time.